we have Dean of Faculty of Education, Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia, Dr. Rudi Susilan. Head of Guidance and Counseling Postgraduate Program, Professor Dr. Agus Taufik, Professor Dr. Syamsu Yusuf LN from Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia,
Professor Oluwafemi Esan from L. Royal London University, United Kingdom, Dr. Nur Zaiham Midawati binti Haji Abdullah from Sultan Hasanal Bolkiah Institute of Education, University, Brunei, Darussalam, Dr. Ipah Saripah, Head of Guidance and Counseling Study from Universitas Pendidikan, Indonesia,
Head of Guidance and Counseling Study all around Indonesia, all lecturers, guidance and counseling study program, and to all honorable seminar participants. First of all, let's say thank God who has been giving us guidance, happiness, health, and mercy, so we can attend and participate in this event without any obstacles.
Salawat serta salam tidak lupa pula kita haturkan kepada baginda Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam dengan ucapan Allahumma sholli ala Sayyidina Muhammad wa ala ali Sayyidina Muhammad.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is a great pleasure to welcome you to the second international seminar on Guidance and Counseling 2022, or ISGC 2022, Monday, September 20th. The event is hosted by students of Guidance and Counseling Master Program, conducted virtually and live from Zoom meeting and official YouTube channel of Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. Now we will start this seminar.
Untuk mengawali kegiatan seminar pada hari ini, mari kita dengarkan pembacaan ayat suci Al-Quran oleh saudara Ridwan Gofur. Kepadanya disilahkan.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
agar acara dapat berjalan dengan lancar. Kita masuki pembacaan doa yang akan dipimpin oleh Saudara Asep Mimbar. Kepadanya disilahkan.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi, salam sejahtera bagi kita semua. Hadirin yang berbahagia, marilah kita berdoa dengan khusyuk menurut agama dan kepercayaannya masing-masing. Semoga acara webinar di pagi hari ini bisa diberikan keberkahan dan berjalan dengan lancar. Dan izinkan saya untuk memandunya sesuai dengan tuntunan agama Islam. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alamin, hamdan syakirin, hamdan naimin, hamdan yu'afi ni'amahu wa yukafi mazidah. Ya Rabbana lakal hamdu kama yanbaghi li zalali wajhikal karim wal azimi sultani. Allahumma ya Allah, tiada kata dan rasa yang pantas kami haturkan kepadamu selain syukur kami padamu atas segala nikmat dan hidayah yang Engkau anugerahkan kepada kami, sehingga kami bisa hadir bersama untuk mengikuti seminar internasional bimbingan dan konseling edisi kedua pada pagi hari ini. Allahumma ya Allah, jadikanlah acara kami ini sebagai majelis ilmu yang bermanfaat, yang Engkau ridhoi, yang membawa berkah, rahmat, taufik dan hidayah-Mu buat kami semua. Ya Allah, Tuhan yang Maha Pengampun, Engkau Maha mengetahui terhadap kelemahan-kelemahan kami, terhadap kekurangan-kekurangan kami. Maka dari itu, kepadamulah kami menyembah, kepadamulah kami memohon ampunan dan pertolongan. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanah wa qina adzabannar. Subhana rabbika rabbil izzati amma yasifun wa salamun alal mursalin walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Menyanyikan lagu Indonesia Raya dan Mars Psikologi, Pendidikan, dan Bimbingan.
Apa nanti bilang? Udah. Mau persiapan dulu. Siap-siap.
Now, we will hear the welcome remark from the head of committee. Mr. Fikri Syahril, the time is yours.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fikri, for the welcome remark. Next agenda, Dr. Nanda Budiman, Vice Dean of Guidance and Counseling Postgraduate Program, will deliver a remark. Professor, the time is yours.
Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning for all participants, the first deliverables, the deliverables of the Guild of Guidance and Counseling Study Program for graduate.
Thank you, Professor, for the welcome remark. Next, we will invite Dr. Rudy Susilana to deliver an opening remark. Dr. Rudy Susilana, time is yours.
Gimana? Pak, di sini.
Next, we would invite Dr. Rudy Susilana.
Baiklah, sesaat lagi kita akan memasuki acara inti pada hari ini.
Now, we will continue the keynote speaker session. We will have keynote speeches delivered by Professor Dr. Syamsu Yusuf LM from Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. The session will be hosted by Ms. Oluwafemi.
Untuk penyampaian keynote speaker oleh Profesor Dr. Syamsu LM M.Pd yang pada hari ini akan dipandu oleh moderator kita, yaitu Saudari Alasberda. Kepadanya, disilakan.
Terima kasih kepada MC atas kesempatan yang diberikan. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi dan salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Perkenalkan, nama saya Oluwafemi yang akan memandu pada sesi kali ini. Selamat datang kepada para hadirin peserta International Seminar on Guidance and Counseling dengan tema The Challenges and Opportunity of the Millennial Generation in the Era of Disruption. Sebagai pengantar seminar pada hari ini akan disampaikan oleh Profesor Dr. Syamsu Yusuf LN Magister Pendidikan dengan tema The Role of Guidance and Counseling in Developing Adolescent Mental Health. Sebelum pengantar disampaikan, izinkan saya untuk membacakan kurikulum vitae dari Profesor Dr. Syamsu Yusuf LN Magister Pendidikan. Profesor Dr. Syamsu Yusuf Magister Pendidikan lahir di Bandung pada tanggal 20 Juni 1952 dan telah menyelesaikan pendidikan pada S1, S2, dan S3 Bimbingan dan Konseling Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. Beliau juga pernah menjadi guru BK di SMA PPSI IKIP Bandung pada tahun 1980 hingga 1986, menjadi dosen di IKIP Bandung atau yang sekarang kita kenal sebagai UPI pada tahun 1986 hingga sekarang. Beliau juga pernah menjabat sebagai Sekretaris Jurusan Psikologi Pendidikan dan Bimbingan UPI pada tahun 1990 hingga 1993, Ketua Prodi BK S2 dan S3 Sekolah Pasca Sarjana UPI pada tahun 2007 hingga 2013, Ketua UPT LBK UPI pada tahun 1998, anggota Majelis Wali Amanah UPI pada tahun 2010 hingga 2015, dan Ketua Sekolah Tinggi Agama Islam Siliwangi Bandung pada tahun 2014 sampai sekarang. Baik, untuk selanjutnya kami persilakan kepada pengantar seminar hari ini untuk menyampaikan materinya. Kepada Profesor Dr. Syamsu Yusuf LN Magister Pendidikan, kami persilakan. Tutup dah. Baik, sepertinya ada kendala teknis. Sambil menunggu pengantar seminar pada hari ini, barangkali saya bisa melihat peserta-peserta yang hadir pada hari ini. Apakah Ada yang dari luar Bandung? Adakah yang dari luar Jawa Barat? Boleh raise hand. Atau barangkali ada yang dari luar negeri?
Ada, saya
Oh,
dari
boleh.
Cilacap.
Boleh dari Cilacap. Oh, ternyata banyak sekali ya. Yang dari ini coba untuk saudari Intan Meitari boleh unmute. Dari mana teh? Dari mana?
Halo Kak,
Halo.
Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Dari mana Kak?
Dari Pangkal Pinang, Bangka Belitung Kak.
Oh, dari Pangkal Pinang, Bangka
Ya,
Belitung.
salam
Sangat
kenal.
sangat jauh sekali ya Kak Intan. Sebelumnya kalau boleh tahu apa motivasinya untuk mengikuti seminar pada hari ini jauh-jauh dari Pangkal Pinang?
Iya, yang pertama saya sangat tertarik ya mengikuti seminar internasional karena dulu jujur saja karena saya alumni UPI lulusan 2017. Nah, jadi apapun seminar-seminar yang dilaksanakan UPI, kalau memang waktunya memungkinkan, di sekolah juga memungkinkan, saya usahakan untuk ikut, insya Allah.
Wah, alhamdulillah keren sekali ya Kak Intan ini. Baik, mohon maaf sebelumnya untuk panitia, apakah sudah bisa dimulai? Terima kasih Kak Intan Meitari atas sharing mengenai motivasi mengikuti seminar pada pagi hari ini. Boleh saya panggil lagi dari peserta lain, mungkin dari Kak Fitra Rizali. Boleh unmute Kak?
Ya, Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam. Dari mana Kak kalau boleh tahu?
Saya dari SMK Negeri 4 Sampit, Kalimantan Tengah.
Oh, dari Kalimantan Tengah, dari jauh juga ya Kak ya. Kalau boleh tahu Bapak, mohon maaf sebelumnya, untuk motivasi mengikuti seminar pada pagi hari, kira-kira boleh saling berbagi dengan kami semua yang ada di sini?
Ya, terima kasih untuk motivasi ini. Saya ingin mengupgrade lagi wawasan kami tentang ilmu kebekaan, apalagi lagi di sini ada Prof Syamsu Yusuf, dulu pernah ikut seminar beliau. Senang sekali rasanya bisa Terima kasih, mungkin itu saja.
Suara saya masuk nggak? Masuk ya?
Oh baik, terima kasih Kak Fitra, Bapak Fitra atas penyampaian motivasi seminar hari ini dan terima kasih sudah hadir pada seminar internasional pada pagi hari ini. Baik, karena sudah siap, maka untuk Profesor Dr. Syamsu Yusuf LN Magister Pendidikan kami persilahkan.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillahirrahmanirrahim. Wassalatu wassalamu ala asyrofil wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. The Honorable Vice Dean of the Faculty of Educational Sciences, Dr. Nandang Budiman MSc, Head of the Postgraduate Program in Guidance and Counseling, Professor Dr. Agus Taufik M.Pd, Head of Undergraduate Program in Guidance and Counseling, Dr. Ipah Saripah, guest speakers, Professor Oluwafemi Esan from Roy, London University, United Kingdom, and Dr. Hajjah Nur Zaiham Midawati binti Haji Abdullah from Sultan Hasanal, Bolkiah, Institute of Education, University Brunei, Darussalam. Ladies and gentlemen of the webinar participants, I am very happy today to be able to join you all in today's seminars. May Allah grant His blessing and mercy to all of us. Amen. On this occasion, allow me to deliver my presentation with the title, The Role of Guidance and Counseling in Developing Student Mental Health. This process, no health without mental health, compare how important mental health is in a person overall health. A person will not gain happiness in his life only by being physically healthy, but also by being mentally healthy. In 2015, all member states of the United Nations signed the 2013 Agenda for Sustainable Development Goals. The main objective of the agenda is ensuring healthy living and promoting well-being for all ages. The success of achieving mental health in students is one of the fundamental important aspects that enable students to achieve optimal development. For realizing the development of student mental health is not easy because there are many operations of factors. Student mental health problem can also be classified into two aspects, namely emotional problem and behavioral problem. Emotional problem, a like feeling of helplessness, irritability, feeling of immaturity, feeling of fear or anxiety, difficulty, concentration, and pessimism about the future. Meanwhile, behavioral problems include consuming alcohol or illegal drug, buying, and criminal, doing something that can hurt yourself, enjoy being alone, often daydreaming and misbehaving in school. Excuse me, because yeah, the slide. Next. Yeah. Next. Yeah. Next. Yeah. Thank you very much. To develop mental health for students in school, principals, school leaders, teachers, guidance and counseling, teacher or counselor, and parents need to collaborate for staging the implementation of guidance and counseling program, from planning, implementation, and evaluation. In this case, the counselor has the task of implementing guidance and counseling program through basic services in Indonesia, layanan dasar, individual planning services, layanan perencanaan individual, responsive services, and system support. These services include large group guidance, classroom guidance, small group guidance, and counseling, individual or group. The services are all oriented to facilitate the mental health development of students who have the ability to realize their potential, manage stress in their lives, study or work productively and successfully, and contribute positively to welfare. Contribute positively to the welfare of society or community. The meaning of mental health here is teach when students profitably. In more detail, the mental health picture of students can be explained as follows. The first can realize his or her own potential that are heavily looking for information about ways to develop their potential, bio, psycho, social, spiritual, join the learning program, join a skill training program, and active in the religious program. Second, can cope with normal stresses of life that are be fashion, have a positive self-image, control emotion, and maintain positive relationship with others. Third, can work or study productively and fruitfully, that are critical thinking, be positive about learning, discipline and learning, and active in scientific activities. Fourth, able to make a contribution to her or his community, that able be altruist, friendship, be tolerant, take care of the environment, active in community activities, and avoiding immoral acts. Related with stress, there are 4 strategies for prevent stress. Maybe PowerPoint next to next. Excuse me, that PowerPoint is related with I'm talking. Next. Yeah. Hang on. Related with stress, there are 4 strategies for prevent stress. Namely, first, managing stressors through controlling, preventing stimuli before they infect individuals or groups. This strategy is a preventive program that identifies stressors that are specific, limited, and appropriate that may result in risk to individuals or group. For example, guidance counseling teachers or counselor provide classical guidance services or group to discuss that have the potential to be a source of stress for students or organizing parent skill activities for parents of students. Second, avoiding stress to excuse me. Avoiding stress by defaulting individual or group from feeling as a result of certain stimuli. Distraction avoidance intervention is based on the diversion of the individual to diversion of the individual from a situation or environment that could potentially cause stress. For example, moving a child from a house in which there is physical and mental sexual abuse. Third, establish stress resistance by developing the ability to resist the influence of stress through the reinforcement of experiences. There are several ways of individual resistance to stress that can be sanctioned. One of them is anticipatory guidance, namely, provide information about potential threatening events, B. Social support from self-help groups or natural support system, such as families and religious organizations. The result of the study showed that individuals who lack social support tend to face a fairly high level of emotional disturbance, especially when facing events in life that are negative. C. Develop special coping skills in the individual. The skills concern interpersonal problem-solving skills, social interaction skills, or other competencies based on approach to giving individuals the tools to understand the stressful states that may be experienced. Fourth, many stress reactions, which occur after a stress attack, but before weakening of cell functionality. This fourth strategy is an effort to prevent someone from reacting to a stressor which is hard to avoid. In this approach, social approach networks are very useful, especially to develop mental health for students and family. Parents should build a functional or harmonious family. Next, PowerPoint, next, Thank you very much. The functional or harmonious family have characters as follows. First, lack of conflict between parents or between parent and children. The opportunity to steal something with full of affection. 5, discipline that is not harsh. 5, opportunities to be independent in thinking, feeling, and behaving. 5th, mutual respect and respect among family members. 6, carry out family deliberation in solving every problem. Build togetherness between family members. Parents have stable emotion. And last, practice religious values. Next. Next. Yeah. PowerPoint next. Next. Excuse me, because there is trouble in operational techniques. Yeah, thank you very much. On a macro scale, strategies that should be done by government as a policymaker to develop the mental health of citizens, children, youth, and adults are as follows. First, leaders or officials should be uswah hasanah. Uswah hasanah is Arabic language, meaning by being a good example of role model for society and carry out moral values, simple living, being honest, being trustworthy or responsible in carrying out duties. Second, creating a conducive, stable, socio-political economic climate that can empower the quality lives of the citizens. Third, creating a conducive religious climate for its adherents. Fourth, developing mutual respect and tolerance among religious, ethnic, and racial groups. Fifth, caring for and preserving a clean, green, and beautiful environment. Last, issuing laws of regulation as effort to combat the forest practices that trigger the spread of moral decadence. Ladies and gentlemen, that is all of my explanation. Thank you very much for your attention. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Dr. Syamsu Yusuf, LN, M.Pd, for this subject that has been presented. In this first subject, we can conclude that with all the challenges ranging from mental health, behaviors, emotion by students, counselor can be implemented guidance and counseling program ranging from fundamental service, individual planning service, responsive service, and system support in order to assist students in developing their ability and well-being optimally. Ladies and gentlemen, that is the presentation from our keynote speaker with the theme, the role of guidance and counseling in developing adolescents' mental health. Hopefully the material, the subject that has been presented is useful for all of us. The next, I will return into the MC as the host of the event. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Professor Syamsu Yusuf, LN, for the keynote speech, and Ms. Oluwafemi to have moderated the keynote session and assisting us in engaging discussion. In appreciation of your contribution as a keynote speaker, we will issue a certificate of appreciation.
Kepada yang terhormat, Profesor Syamsu Yusuf, LN, M.Pd, dimohon untuk tidak meninggalkan tempat, dikarenakan sesaat lagi kita akan memasuki acara penyerahan sertifikat.
Di mana?
Once again, thank you, Professor Syamsu Yusuf, LN, for the speech, and Ms. Oluwafemi to have moderated the keynote session and assisting us in engaging discussion. In appreciation of contribution as a keynote speaker, we will issue a certificate of appreciation.
Penyerahan sertifikat kepada Profesor Dr. Syamsu Yusuf, LN, M.Pd. Terima kasih.
Terima kasih. Thank you very much. Sudah? Saya kira di segini. Harus ada sambungan itu dari sana. Tadi kan?
Next speaker session.
Tadi saya.
The next speaker session is delivered by Dr. Zaiham Midawati binti Haji Abdullah from Sultan Hasanal Bolkiah Institute of Education of University Darussalam. The session will be hosted by Ms. Adina.
Untuk sesi penyampaian materi selanjutnya akan dipandu oleh moderator kita untuk sesi ini, yaitu Saudari Saripah. Kepadanya, silakan. Dan inilah dia moderator kita pada hari ini, Saudari Adina. Disilahkan.
Okay, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay, good morning everyone. My name is Adina Filosofenita and people know me as Adin. And for today, I'm going to be the moderator for Dr. Nur Zaiham Midawati binti Haji Abdullah. First of all, I would like to read about the CV from Dr. Nur Zaiham Midawati binti Haji Abdullah. So Dr. Nur Zaiham Midawati binti Haji Abdullah is a lecturer in guidance and counseling at Sultan Hasanal Bolkiah Institute of Education, University Brunei Darussalam. PhD at the University of Queensland, Australia in 2015. BA Primary Education, Hons from the University Brunei Darussalam in 1999. And also she is Master in Education, School Guidance and Counseling from Queensland, University of Technology, Australia 2002. Since joining UPD, she has been involved in teaching modules related to guidance and counseling and educational psychology. And also she supervised students' research at master and PhD levels. And at faculty level, she was given administrative posts such as program leader of continuing professional development and program coordinator of master in counseling program. And as part of her commitment as an academic, she was involved in conducting a field research such students' educational and occupational aspirations, empowering nation building through MIB values and counseling, and documenting successful policies and practices for lifelong learning in Brunei Darussalam. Currently, she is doing research on school counselors and guidance teacher psychological well-being. Okay, is Dr. Nur Zaiham with us today? Okay, so good morning.
Good morning, Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Can you hear me?
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Really?
Yeah, we can hear you clearly.
Okay. May I be given the ability to share my screen? Can I share my screen?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Apa? Yakin
Bentar ya. Okay, can you see my screen?
Yes, we can see your share screen.
Alright, okay. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And good morning and selamat siang to the organizers, to Bapak Yusuf, Syamsu Yusuf, to the organizers and also to the participants of this conference. Now, I learned that UPI, University Pendidikan Indonesia, am I right?
Yes.
UPI. Yes, okay. It is in Bandung.
Yes.
Right, okay. So I haven't been there actually. I'd love to go to Bandung because I've heard a number of exciting places in Bandung. Like I heard about the Kawah Putih and also the Tengkuban Perahu, and so I'd love to go there. I haven't got the chance yet. I wanted to go last time, sometime in 2000, end of 2000. However, because of due to COVID pandemic, so I have to cancel out my plan to go to UPI, right? However, inshallah one day, I would love to go to Bandung one day. And however that, I was just wondering, like all this time, we've been eating like mie Bandung and also air Bandung, okay, in our country. However, what I learned there is that it's not sold in Bandung. Am I right? Is that correct?
Yeah.
All right, okay. So anyway, so without further ado, I would like to start my presentation. Okay. Now, I would like to talk about the future roles of school counselors, right? So this presentation would be something that you have already know, and also just to give you some refreshing, ideas about what are the roles of counselors during the COVID-19, and also our future roles that we may carry out in the future, right? So as we know that as a counselor, we
Recording in
display,
progress.
we have a number of roles to carry out. Okay, for example, like our role are, for example, to help teachers. Okay, to evaluate schools and also the student data and outcome. We also collaborate with teachers, class teachers, school teachers, and the school administration in coming up or helping out with something. For example, like some hidden curriculum, for example, like instilling good values and so forth. At the same time, we also conduct some individual student planning. For example, like we do carry out help students develop their personal goals. We also carry out some assessment for students. All right, assessment, for example, like if the students is the personality. Okay, of the students, as well as, for example, the DAS test, the depression, stress, and also those DAS tests and so forth. We also carry out some indirect, some responsive services. For example, like we do carry out individual counseling for students who are in need of help. We also do carry out small group guidance. We also carry out group counseling for our students. And also at the same time, we also carry out some sort of like a crisis response services for the students and also the staff at the school. And also indirectly, we also provide services. For example, we do have home visit, okay, for our students, because some of the students may need special needs. They may need special assistance from the school in terms of, for example, financial assistance and so forth. So these are the roles of counselors that we are carrying out in our daily work, right? So then, those are the activities that we carry out before COVID-19. Then COVID-19 happened, so everything changed. In Brunei Darussalam, the first wave started in 2020, early 2020, and from that onwards, we had to, schools were closed. Okay, schools were closed, and online learning were carried out. All right, and at the same time, teachers need to do work from home. Right, so these may create some challenges for teachers. However, around June, if I'm mistaken, around 2000 and I think it was around July 2020. Hello, yeah. From July 2020, we started going back to school, and we carry out classes, normal classes. However, we carry out normal, the new normal with SOPs, social distancing, wearing masks, and so forth. However, in June 2021, August 2021, we have second wave, and that's the start of another COVID, what we call this, increasing number of COVID cases in our country, and until now, right? So it was like the third wave started again in February 2020, where we still carry out, like online learning and so forth. So, but it's just that in June 1st June of 2022, we go back to classes. There was no more work from home for teachers and also other workers at the various agencies, government agencies, right? So we are practicing now. We are back to school. some lessons are conducted online, some classes are conducted by using hybrid. Now this is actually the hybrid is because we don't want the students who are affected with COVID to be left out. Some of them, they do attend online classes. That's why we have these online classes, and also hybrid learning, blended learning, and also online learning was the one that we used during the COVID-19 pandemic. So when COVID-19 started, everything changed, right? So we work from home, online learning, video conferencing, where teachers do meetings online, and the exams is replaced with online assessment. And besides that, there was also an increase of patients in hospital and isolation units. We had lockdowns and movement restriction. There were no social gathering, no outdoor activities. The wedding was only attended by around 10 people. So it has to be, all these things were shrink. Okay, the social gathering were shrinking in a number of quantity of people, right? So there was also change of family patterns. For example, the communication, the interaction in the family also changed. Business were affected. Financial difficulties were financial difficulties happened for some families, and also retrenchment due to the business downturn, right? So these are the changes that COVID-19, these are the consequences of the COVID-19, yeah? So besides that, the mental health issues was also a concern, why it caused, people, not only students, but also workers, okay? We experience anxiety, stress, okay, fear, okay, loneliness, trauma, okay, because of the some of the family members passed away due to COVID, and also isolation. We don't want to actually we feel isolated, and we try to isolate ourselves, and this causes some mental health issues for some people. And this is and after that, we come back to a new normal. Okay, so when new normal, right? New normal. During this new normal begins. Okay, so we must. Okay, as counselors, we need to keep pace with the digital age. We need to be able to operate, technologies and so forth. So online learning was carried out as well, blended learning, hybrid learning, home learning pack, HLP. This is actually for students who doesn't have any internet or computers or any gadgets at home. So the teachers will provide the home learning pack for these students. All right. So this is because they don't want the students to be left out from their lesson. Okay. And also we work from home. Online assessment was carried out, video conferencing, online guidance, and counseling, and we need to adapt to the new school environment. All right, because we may have what they call this. We may have this what they call this. Online learning and so forth. So we need to adapt to the new normal. All right. Now, challenges. I'm not sure what happened to my slides that I could see. Sorry about that one. I could see some red stripes in there. I'm sorry about that. I don't know what happened. Yeah. Anyway, so the challenges of the school counselors during the COVID-19. This is a research carried out by a few of my students, Fandi, Bakat, and also Shazli in 2021. Now, for this one, in the light of the recent global crisis of the COVID-19 pandemic, the use of digital technologies has been shifted tremendously, and the demand for digital skills has surged. Since it was a sudden crisis, it was very sudden, yeah. Some school counselors and teachers were unprepared to conduct sessions online via various platforms such as Zoom, Google Meet, Canvas, Microsoft Teams, and so forth. So we need to know and enhance our knowledge on how to set up platform, operate them, connect to the internet, do the troubleshooting, and so forth. Now, this is quite lacking for some counselors and some teachers because of the lack of technology mastery. And another one is that the internet coverage may not be may be a problem for some people because some of their the area were not covered by internet, so it may so connection will be like lost. Students or those teachers were disconnected and so forth. Besides that, we are also concerned with the student willingness and openness via online. Some of the students were not ready to see the counselor, having a face to, seeing the, having not a face-to-face counseling, but this is where they meet online. So some of them, they feel shy. They feel that they are not confident enough to see or talk to their, or to see. Okay, they may talk via, with the video off, but they are not keen enough or they are not confident enough to see or view the counselor's visually, right? And also the question of internet security is another one, because of the internet security and privacy may crop up that made the counselor to be unsure of operating it, okay? Operating the digital technology. Another challenge was juggling between family and work in the effort of in an effort to limit the spread of COVID-19. Most sectors instructed their staff to work from home. It gives employees the flexibility and freedom to work their work tasks from home, from their home. It can be beneficial for some people. However, it may cause some drawbacks for others. For example, like working from home can be challenging because they need to be committed to their work. For example, counselors, they need to be committed in conducting guidance and counseling programs. Helps out with the school administration team to do some management work, and at the same time supervise the children at home with their online learning. So distraction at home may lead counselors to be unable to fully committed, as it is difficult to separate work and non-work life. Now, this includes, for example, like doing errands, cooking, cleaning, for example, like childcare, and also so forth. Another challenge for the counselors was the time boundary. Okay, some counselors may feel that they are overworked. Some counselors provide assistance to students or the clients in accordance to the client's convenience. Okay? Some clients prefer to be contacted via WhatsApp messages for counseling instead of conducting sessions online on Zoom, Google Meet, or Microsoft Teams, right? So some of them, they may feel shy and also uneasy to have counseling using those applications or due to confidentiality, okay? Because there were many family members at home. They don't want what they were discussing with the counselors to be heard by the family members. So this is a matter of confidentiality as well, right? So, and some are still relying on the parents' gadget. For example, they don't have computers, so they are relying on the parents' mobile phone. So the convenient application or the convenient platform to meet or to get help from the school counselors is by using WhatsApp message, right? So these clients will only reply to their counselors after working hours and late night when the clients are free. However, some of the school counselors may need time to rest, okay? So they feel that some employees, not only school counselors so they feel that their time has been invaded and they feel restless by what you call this, you know,
Ingin mencapai nilai 100 loh, 8 sampai network 100.
By communicating with the students, right? So this is another challenge for counselors. Another one is meeting the clients, right? So there is a dilemma among school counselors or counselors. Do the client has facilities, because there are rising cases during the COVID-19. So, but then again, they also quite, they have a dilemma. How can they meet the client? Okay, will this, if they meet the client, where? Okay, because face-to-face counseling is not permitted during the COVID-19, right? So this causes because this causes another issues, because the face-to-face traditional therapy is inseparable from how the therapeutic process functions. So some counselors are uncertain of having emotional connection, okay, with the client, and also difficulty in detecting the client's feeling. All right, they are unable to see the client's visual expression if they were to be on a WhatsApp message. They are unable to detect the client's body language and so forth, right? So in addition, lacking of nonverbal visual communication, facial expression, and voice tones makes the communication weaker. Some counselors are unable to assess technology or face some technical. Okay. Some students actually are able to access technology or face some technical problems such as unstable internet connection and so forth. And also some students may have may come from financially disadvantaged family that may not be able to provide gadgets to go online or attend classes or attend a counseling session, right? Another issues that is another challenge was on the mental health issues, where counselors may feel burnt out, they may feel anxious, fatigue, sleepless, inability to focus, and also emotional exhaustion. Okay, so these are actually some of the challenges that counselors face. However, we do have new roles that we need to implement, and some of these roles have been implemented by the school counselors. The first one is the digital competency, right? So the digital technology has an important role. Okay, may I continue?
Yes.
Now, the digital technology has an important role in providing psychological and educational counseling services. Education and counseling using this technology represent the best option for the students. So it helps students in improving their relations with the digital technology. The digital technology helps counselors in improving their relations with the students who have grown up in the digital environment. Okay, so this helps the students to become familiarized with the electronic communication as a method of learning. So there was a study carried out by Doris and his and colleagues, which reveals that the use of information technology is a positive experience, as it needs the commitment of the client to achieve positive result to achieve the positive results. However, if we were to be able to, be competent in digital technology, the use of social media can also help the students. For example, like TikTok and Instagram. Okay, TikTok, Instagram, it actually helps the school counselors to provide self-help information for the client, what to do, the coping skills. If you have this, if you have anxious, if you feel that you are worried, so what do you need to do? Seek support. Okay, so the counselors may use social media platform to disseminate information, create awareness, provide support, and foster well-being. Now, besides that, the school counselors may also use online tools or assessment for the students in order to know the progress, okay, from the previous counseling to their now, okay, to their well-being now. Now, Besides this, we also, as a counselor, we also need to know about the emoticons, okay, the social media abbreviation, right? So the emoticons and also stickers. Sometimes we do send stickers, right, on WhatsApp, okay, for our students. It can be for our friends, for example, like giving heart shape, for example, or something like this, or for example, like hug. This is some sort of support for our friends. Okay. However, we can also use these stickers for our students who are in need of help. Okay. For example, smile, for example, hug, and so forth. So these emoticons and also stickers can be used as can be delivered as a support for our students. Now, besides that, as I told you earlier on, we also need to know about the social media abbreviation. For example, what does BTW means? What does BRB stands for? What does CULR stands for? What do you mean by LOL and so forth? What do you mean by ASAP? So these are the abbreviation that we need to know, because some students may use this abbreviation if they were to contact you via WhatsApp messages. Now, sometimes they may also use this abbreviation when they go online. For example, like in Zoom, they may use chat. Okay, so they may use this social media abbreviation as well. For example, if a client's message shows SRSLY, IDK, and IDC, FTGG. Okay, so what does it mean? Okay, what does it mean? Anyone?
I guess it means seriously, but in a short way.
Yeah, seriously, yeah.
Yes, and for the IDK, it means I don't know, and for the IDC, it means I don't care.
I don't care. Yes.
And I'm not really sure about,
Yeah, this is actually what it means. Seriously, I don't know, and I don't care. Fun talking, gotta go. Okay, so this is some of the abbreviation that our youngsters may use in communicating with people on WhatsApp message or any messages, right? For example, it can be Zoom message and so forth. Another one is this one. Okay, IRL, IFOMO, QQ, JSYK. Okay, so I actually had a discussion with my students what QQ means. Okay, so QQ means according to them is cry. This is something new for me. Okay, so in other words, it can be translated into like in real life, I fear of missing out. QQ means cry, just so you know. Okay, so some of the students they don't want to actually like show, type everything, so they just use these acronyms or abbreviation, online. Okay, now be alert with abbreviation that means negative feelings. For example, KYS, kill yourself. KMS, kill myself. SMH, shaking my head. CWOT, a CWOT, complete waste of time. CS, career suicide. DBMIE, don't bother me, I'm busy. FOMO, fear of missing out. And SFW, not safe for work. Okay, so there are a number of other abbreviations that convey negative feelings. Another one is when we talk about digital technology, we are also concerned with the digital safety of our students. So as a counselor, we need to raise their awareness regarding the safety online, what to accept, what not to accept online. Okay, they shouldn't share personal information, for example, password, their home address, and also phone numbers for those people, especially for the home address and also for phone numbers for those people who they don't know. Okay, they seriously don't know in real life. Okay, and also that they also need to know about, be aware about cyberbullying, phishing, for example, and then scams, child grooming. So these are the ones that we are very concerned with our students, right? So this is also when we do carry out this awareness program, we want to ensure that our students' mental health is assured, all right? So when you look at the stick over there, the online safety, they use the SMART, okay? They use the acronym SMART to tell to the students that these are the ones that are important for you to know. You need to be, it needs to be safe, stay safe online. You do not meet people online who you are not friends with, okay? Do not accept messages or friend requests from people, especially, for example, on Instagram, for example, or TikTok. Don't rely 100% on what you read on online, okay? So people can also be strangers, right? So, and also tell if something happens, for example, cyberbullying happens. So you need to tell an adult, okay, that you trust, okay, about what happened online. Or you can also tell the school counselors or the teachers. Now, these are just the 10 internet safety tips for teachers of how of using the online learning. Now, another roles is actually to upgrade our skills and also knowledge. So we need to keep abreast with the current trends and techniques in guidance and counseling. So the COVID-19 outbreak, okay, opened a new scenario where teachers and school counselors must have adequate digital literacy to teach online and to implement a current and also innovative educational model. So besides that, it is essential for school counselors to strive for more information and new technology in the effort to keep updated with the latest techniques in counseling and also psychology. We cannot compare the effectiveness of counseling that we carried out long time ago, okay, with today's world. Some needs to be modified, okay, and some may not be as effective as before, okay. So hence, reskilling and upskilling is very important, and we need to be creative as well in meeting the client's needs and also goals. So the digital resource help the students to be creatively deal with their issues and also problems. So however, if this happens, that we need to collaborate with other professionals as well in order to, for example, like we need to actually collaborate with the psychologists in order to get some information about, anything about psychology, the educational psychology of students and so forth. Another one is to promote the mental health and also well-being of the students and also the staff. This is when we provide, okay, comprehensive guidance and counseling services to them. School counselors are advocates and change agents within schools and that have the quality for supporting students with mental health challenges within the school setting. They also need to provide a comprehensive guidance and counseling program for students and staff and organize school-based awareness program and preventive program such as stress management, cyberbullying awareness program, a mental health program, and so forth. These are for the preventive and also development and also maintenance purposes, right? Besides that, we may also need to organize some community-based program, okay, to inject citizenship and empathy for others and continue to provide individual and counseling and individual and also group counseling. And also besides that, we also may also need to teach our students some coping skills, okay, which may include play, right? And also activities in counseling, such as role playing. So they may feel that counseling is not very, when they go to counseling, they may not view that when they go to counseling, they have a serious problem. Okay, so we may incorporate some play as well, so, and some activities. And also, counselors may also need to contact with outside agencies and making the most of the community contact to provide further help. And we also need to eradicate the social stigma that when a person goes to counseling, that person is problematic person. So we need to eradicate those kind of social stigma. Now in Brunei Darussalam, okay, this is actually the keynote address of our former Minister of Education, Datuk Sristia Awang Haji Hamzah bin Haji Sulaiman, during his opening keynote at the Asian Business and Investment Roundtables last year. Okay, so this one is that according to him, that equipping the society for a digital futures relies on the development of the younger generation with relevant skills and knowledge in this digital era. As technology is just the enabler, it is crucial that the society, in particular the students, are very well equipped with the relevant 21st century skills, knowledge, and competencies by focusing on the 6 C's: critical thinking, collaboration, communication, creativity, cultural awareness, the character education. This will serve as the foundation to respond to the needs of both industrial revolution and society 5.0, or in other words, the industry 5.0, okay, where the demand for technological, social and emotional, as well as higher cognitive skills will grow. Right, so this is what we are very concerned with our future roles. We want to ensure that our client or our students is competent in the 6 C. What are the 6 C's? These are the 6 C's. These are the 21st century skills and competence, where it includes the character education, citizenship, communication, critical thinking and problem solving, collaboration, and also creativity. All right. So all the 6 C's are very essentially interrelated, and so that we can have they incorporated in the classroom, okay, and also in our guidance and counseling session. For example, the character and citizenship can be developed through the use of collaboration, communication, creativity, and also critical thinking. Now, the first one, let us look at the character building. Okay, so these the professional school counselors, as part of the school community, are viewed as the highly resourceful person. And they take an active role in facilitating, promoting, and working cooperatively with teachers and also administration in providing character education in the school as an integral part of the school curriculum and also activities. The character building is embedded in the curriculum. For example, like in Brunei, okay, so the national philosophy of MIB is the one that was embedded in our curriculum and also in our guidance and counseling services. For example, in Indonesia, you do have this Pancasila, right? So it's embedded. This is actually like the Pancasila is the foundational philosophical theory of Indonesia. So we want them to actually to bring this value everywhere they go, right? So besides that, we also want to instill the good personality, to appreciate oneself. This may foster self-motivation, right? Responsible citizen, confidence, self-respect, and so forth, tolerance, emotional intelligence, and also so forth. Another one is citizenship or embracing culture. Now, this is another skills and competency that we want our students to master, right? So embracing culture and all citizenship involves the ability of students to be in touch with everything that surrounds them, to know and appreciate where they come from, and the value and also belief the people in the society may hold, and also the history as a society. As part of a global world where technology is part of everyday life, students should be able to connect with their friends and other people around them in building a better world. In the process, counselors and teachers should foster in them that eagerness to become responsible, caring, and contributing citizens. So these are actually where we want our students to be aware of the global the global issues. Okay, so and also inspiring others. Another competence is communication. Now, communication is no problem during counseling session. So we usually communicate in counseling session with our students, especially during individual counseling. So we need to actually when we talk to our students or our client in counseling, we want them to talk. Now, as we know, the communication counseling is talking therapy. This is where we want our clients, or we want them to realize about the importance of speaking, listening, conveying thoughts, conveying ideas and feelings, verbally, non-verbally, and also digitally, right? So what we want, the most important thing is that they are able to question, present, interview, listen, discuss, and also most importantly is do conflict resolution. So, all right, so when they communicate with other people, they also collaborate, okay, which will be discussed later on after this. So when they communicate, they also respect other people's views and ideas, and also they tolerate other people's ideas as well. Tolerance is very, very important as well. So in counseling session, clients will convey their thoughts, feelings, and ideas in various modalities. For example, instant therapy, role play, art therapy, and so forth. Okay. Now, in group guidance and counseling, they may be able, the students or the students and also counselors may be able to detect meanings, and also we want them to have this empathy towards other people as well. Now, critical thinking is another one. This includes reasoning, problem-solving skills, and also decision making, right? So it requires students to gather information, okay, organize ideas, think of solution, consider alternatives, and communicate their decisions effectively. All right. Now, this involves design thinking. Now, design thinking is a cognitive process in reasoning, problem solving, finding alternative solution, and also do decision-making process. So it actually enhance problem solving skills as students would be able to think of the pros and also cons of doing something. Now, in counseling session, we want our clients to be a critical thinker as well, where for example, if they choose some decision, for example, they need to think of what are the pros and the cons of their decision, what are the consequences. So for example, in CBT, cognitive behavior therapy, so we want our client we challenge our clients about where is the evidence, what would you do, what will happen if something happened, all right? So, and also guidance program as well may also needs clients to think critically to solve problems. For example, like in team building, okay, so they want to come up with a solution and also alternative solution if one solution doesn't work. Now, collaboration is another one, okay? So collaborative skills is essential and is embedded in the curriculum through discussion and also school activities. Students have to talk and discuss with each other about ideas and working independently in small groups. Teachers and counselors also need to create a safe environment for the students where they can feel comfortable sharing ideas and provide feedback in a civilized manner that respect other students' feeling. When they carry out projects, they need to work together and all the team members need to be responsible equally to the workload. Team members also need to learn to make decisions about division of labor, timelines, and also schedule. Besides, we also need to discuss and provide feedback and make decisions and provide feedback in a polite manner and respect other people's, other students' feelings. So, for example, like in Brunei, Darussalam, okay, the Camp Umat, we call it as Camp Umat. This is one of the program that is carried out by school counselors in school. So this is actually where the students will gather from different schools, and they usually do this in one of the in one venue. For example, last time it was carried out at the Hutan Simpanan Brakas. Okay, so in this they have a very systematic program. They have a very well prepared program where it inserts about like Islamic, they insert talk upon Islamic values, cooperative learning, problem solving, and so forth. So it actually aims to improve the self-quality of the students to be more responsible in fulfilling the Brunei Vision 2035. Now, creativity is another one. Okay, so this actually is the ability for the students to utilize the knowledge and skills they gain to be innovative. This is something related with critical thinking. So once they have done some, when they are a critical thinker, they are able to be creative and innovative, right? So imagination that may result in creating something new. Right? So in counseling session, creativity is enhanced through therapeutic conversation, implementation of various techniques as it nurtures new ideas, new knowledge, and also new perspectives. So the creativity gives us the flexibility to look at things from various angles and allow us to move into a new direction. All right, in the effort of ensuring students to develop skills and competence towards entering Industry 5.0, so in Japan, they call it as Society 5.0 actually. Okay? So in the effort of ensuring students to develop skills and competence towards entering Industry 5.0, the implementation of the 6 C's, which we have already discussed earlier on, can be made as a school-based program. Okay, this needs the collaboration of school counselors, career guidance teachers, and teachers as well, school teachers, with the support of school administration team. Now, what is you may know about what Industry 5.0 is. Now, Industry 5.0 is actually a new paradigm of connecting or a new paradigm of connection and interaction between human and machine in the production process. It replaces the human factor at the center of the integrated system established by the IR 4.0, Industrial Revolution 4.0. So the students needs to be exposed to the future of work and also the skills needed for the Industry 5.0. Now, according to the Future of Job Reports 2020, there are 4 clusters of in-demand skill for 2025. Now, this is actually our preparation. What are our roles and responsibilities? What are our roles? Okay, how can we assist our students in preparing them with the in-demand skill of the 2025? Okay, now the first top demand is the problem-solving skills, which requires analytical thinking, complex problem solving, critical thinking, creativity, originality, initiative, reasoning, problem solving, and also ideation. Now, the second cluster of skills is the working with people. Now, this requires students or employee, okay, to have that leadership skills and also social influence, working with people, while cooperating with machine and algorithm. Communication and collaboration with people inside and outside of the organization is very imperative. Now, leadership qualities play an important role in Industry 5.0. Now, the third cluster of skills is the technology use and also development. Okay, technology skills is very, very important and very, very essential in Industry 5.0. Such skills is needed for data analysis, data analysts, artificial intelligence, digital marketing specialists, and so forth. So this requires individuals to attend more upskilling and also reskilling. So we can apply all the 6 C's of critical thinking and also collaboration here. And the final one is the self-management. Now, this is something to do with a person's being able to look after themselves, okay? So this includes skills such as active listening, active learning and learning strategies to become resilient, stress tolerance, and flexible, and also probably emotional intelligence is very, very needed in the self-management, okay? So individuals are expected to work, to enjoy work meaningfully with high level of motivation, job satisfaction, and thus performance increase. This contributes to the organization and also welfare of the society. All right. So in the with the rapid pace of the digital technology, of course, everything is so quick, and we may experience some stress as a counselor. So we need to be able to apply some coping strategies. For example, like personal wellness. So we need to take time to take leisure, self-care, staying active, practice mindfulness. We need to be able to be relaxed, okay? Exercise those breathing skills. The 4-7-8 breathing exercise may help you as well. Using all of your 5 senses, okay, in maintaining the moment-to-moment awareness of, and also having a positive and also positive thoughts and also feelings. Besides that, we also need to connect to Allah. We need to solat tahajjud, recite dua and reda as well. Besides that, you know, after every day, by the end of the day, we need to do self-reflection, and also we need to refresh our goals, our intention. Okay, to become resilient as well is another one where we need to adapt to challenges. Now, this will be discussed by Dr. Ipah, Saripah later on about resilience. Yeah, and also professional and also positive outlook, acknowledging our self-limitation and also the need to be equipped with the latest approaches in counseling. We also need social support, talking therapy, social support from our friend, our family, the talk therapy, and also peer supervision and consultation may help as well. For example, like debriefing, case conference. Okay, so because after a long session of counseling in a day, you may feel very fatigued, you may feel restless. So you need time, okay, to relax. I know that we do have case conference with our students, our university students, where they discuss their clients' issues, but maintaining confidentiality still. Okay, so they discuss the issues and how can they go about with that problem, with that issues, because sometimes we don't know what to do. That is why case conference is very, very important. And I'm sure that you do have case conference as well with your Master in Counseling program. So this is the time where you get support from your colleagues as well, right? Now, these are just I'm just showing you about the in-demand skills from 2015, 2020, and also 2025, right? Now, this can be as a platform for you to expose to your students about the career that is needed in 2025 in Industry 5.0. Now, career counseling, career guidance may be very, very important in today's world as well. Okay, so what is your take-home message? You may write them in your chat. Okay, so I hope that my presentation is clear to you. All right. So in conclusion, our role is to upgrade our skill. Upskilling, reskilling is very, very important. We need to adapt. Okay, adaptation is very, very important. All right. So we need to adapt to to the today's world, to the new normal, and we need to collaborate with other agencies, with teachers, the school staff in the school, in order to implement an effective school-based program. Now, visibility is very, very important as well. We need to be visible as a counselor because some students may not be able to know that the schools do have counselors, school counselors. And as a counselors, we need to be approachable, willing to help, very, very interested in helping people. And don't forget to prioritize your well-being. Your coping strategies is very important. And most importantly, you also need to balance between work and also life. Your responsibility as a school counselor, your responsibility as a student now, okay? Your responsibility as a mother, as a child, as a son, as a daughter, and so forth. And also don't forget to get support. Get a good support system from your colleagues, from your friends, from your family. Okay, this is very, very important in ensuring that you have a good mental health and your well-being as well. Okay, I think with that I end my presentation. Now I open the session for question and answer session. Okay, thank you.
Okay, so thank you so much, Dr. Nur Zaiman for the presentation.
Yes.
Okay, and so jadi selanjutnya akan diberikan sekiranya sesi tanya jawab selama 5 menit kepada para partisipan yang ingin memberikan pertanyaan, dipersilakan.
Ada soalan?
Oke, kepada partisipan bisa menggunakan fitur raise hand atau menggunakan fitur di kolom chat. Kepada partisipan juga bisa memberikan pertanyaan dengan bahasa Indonesia saja.
Ya, boleh. Yes.
Oke,
soalan?
Ya, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
And thanks to moderator for the time, and thanks to Dr. Nur Zaiham for that topic. I would like to ask about how to treat or how to deal with someone who have different attitude or maybe different character between the social media and the real life. Maybe in the social media, he or she like very open or maybe extrovert, but in the real, he or she like introvert. And how to treat or how to deal with someone like that. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, thank you, Mbak Vina ya. Okay, so now this actually happens. Terima kasih for the soalan. Okay, this actually happens where we see our students. They are very, very shy when we see them in class. Okay, however, they are very, very active with social media. For example, they are very active with TikTok and so forth. Now, there are a number of reasons why they are with those kind of behavior, like maybe because they are malu, they are very shy person. They are very, for example, because some people that they in reality they are shy, and also that they are not confident, their self-concept, also self-confidence. I'm muted. Okay, so sorry about that one. So Ms. Vina, so when we were talking about those students, they are very, very active with social media. However, they are quite they're very quiet in reality. So there may be some reason for this one. Okay, now this could be because of their confidence level. So they are not very, very confident, for example, in talking to people, for example, because in social media they are in their world. okay, when they're recording, okay. So the interaction with people is almost none, maybe, yeah, okay. So like there must be a reason where that happens, shy, loss of confidence, and so forth. So if this happens, then we may need to actually like have call them for individual counseling. Okay, individual counseling, where we want to know the reason why. Okay, so we need to be creative as a counselor on how to make them to practice. Maybe that we can use role playing, maybe, yeah, with these students in reality, lah, okay, reality, and talk about, you know, some of these people you can actually like provide them with a scenario. Okay, scenario where you discuss with the students what happened. Then maybe that they will come up with their ideas. Or maybe another one is that they may use some sort of like art therapy. Okay, some of these students, they're very creative. They're very creative. However, they have limitation in talking. Okay, how can I talk? How can I convey this thing? They're very creative. That is why they're very active with TikToks, with Instagram. They're very, very good. It's just that when it comes to a one-to-one, they're quite shy. Okay, so it's the role of the counselors, okay, to help these students to help these students to boost their confidence. Maybe because of this, they have loss of confidence. So you talk to them, you teach them some skills on how to be confident, right? So you need to be patient with these students, because they may have difficulty to open up at the first session. Okay, opening up is something very, very difficult for them at the first stage. That is why you need to build bond. Very important to build bond with the client. Okay, so mutual respect as well. So hopefully that they will be able to voice out. Another one is maybe by using role play. Okay, role play with the students. Okay, and also to role play with the students, you as them and them as you as a counselor. Okay, so you talk about the output of the role play. Okay, so this may eventually enhance their self-confidence as well on talking to people. Kadang-kadang ada nature orang seseorang itu jenis pendiam. Okay, we cannot help them like, oh, according to Dr. Zaiham, you must talk. No, okay. So you need to be patient. Okay, some of them karakternya memang begitu, memang jenis pendiam. Okay, tetapi dia orang creative, very creative. So we need to be patient and teach them some skills. Yeah, hopefully that may work with your client. Okay.
Terima kasih banyak.
Terima kasih Mbak Bina.
Okay.
Any other question, Miss Adina?
Yeah, there is one question from Nisa. In the chat.
Halo, assalamualaikum.
Yes. Nisa?
I will ask you in Indonesian. Is it okay? Halo, assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam.
Halo, assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam.
I will ask you in Indonesian. Is it okay?
Ya, boleh, bisa. Insyaallah.
Iya, saya ingin bertanya. Saya memiliki siswa yang latar belakang keluarganya korban perceraian. Orang tuanya itu terpisah jauh dengan si anak. Sang ibu ada di Sulawesi dan ayahnya di Jakarta, sedangkan anaknya di Bandung. Nah, si anak ini dalam keadaan broken home. Dengan kakak-kakaknya juga sangat jauh. Dia memiliki kebiasaan bunuh diri, mencoba melakukan upaya bunuh diri di Instagramnya secara live, dan dia tidak mempercayai adanya Tuhan. Dia beragama Muslim, tapi dia tidak mempercayai adanya Tuhan, gitu ya. Dia agnostik. Lalu dengan guru dia tidak percaya. Dia tidak percaya dengan wali kelasnya, dengan guru BK-nya.
Apa?
Lalu pendekatan seperti apa yang tepat kepada anak tersebut?
Okay. Hello? Okay. Alright. Student ini, pelajar ini menghadapi. Your voice was breaking off tadi, ada some sort of like ada a cross line. Okay. So I'm trying to understand. This is actually the student itu, they come from a broken family. Okay, bapaknya di somewhere and the mother is in Jakarta. Okay, so dia try to have this suicidal attempt, mau bunuh diri. Lurus? Lurus, okay. Mau bunuh diri, and also dia tidak percaya kepada Allah.
Iya, betul.
Okay, and then tadi minta maaf ya Mbak Nisa, tadi terputus, very unclear, connection tidak berapa bagus belakang. Jadinya lepas itu like seterusnya apa Mbak Dita?
Dia tidak percaya juga akan arahan guru. Ya, terhadap konselor dia tidak percaya, dengan wali kelas dia tidak percaya. Lalu pendekatan seperti apa? Pendekatan yang tepat seperti apa untuk si anak tersebut? Seperti itu.
Okay. Thank you, Mbak Nisa. Okay, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Ya, okay. This student ini, the pelajar ini datangnya daripada keluarga yang broken family. Okay, so of course lah, kalau dari broken family, and then the mother lain, the father tempat lain tinggal kan. Okay, so of course that they feel a bit maybe like kasih sayang itu diperlukan, attention memang diperlukan. So dia pun actually like when we look at that one, the students ini pernah ada mau membuat suicidal, mau membunuh diri. Okay, so if this is the case that they have these students pernah berjumpa dengan Mbak Nisa, ya, pernah berjumpa dengan Mbak Nisa ya. Okay, so very important is that we need to discuss with the students ini that we confidentiality itu is very important. Satu. Yang kedua, we need to have this bond. We need to have a build repertoire with the student. Okay, repertoire ni adalah bond with the student, di mana we want our students ni to trust you. Very important. Now, when it comes to like to terpercaya kepada counselor and sebagainya, maybe he or she, this student may have some sort of like perception about the counselor. Maybe counselor ini maybe this counselor is actually boleh dipercayai ataupun tidak. Okay, cikgunya pun macam mana. There must be a reason. That is why we need to talk to the client. Apa sebenarnya yang membuatkan mereka berasa begitu? Okay, very important. Exploration is very important at the moment. We don't know what happened with the student. We don't know what is happening. We don't know what's in her mind, her thought. Okay, so we need to explore further. Okay, so there must be a reason why he or she wants to commit suicide, membunuh diri. Kerana apa? Okay, maybe satu kerana mahukan kasih sayang. Okay, satu. Yang kedua, there must be some other reason. Jadinya kan kalau the youngsters, remaja ini, mereka is characterized by storm and stress, memberontak. Diorang mau mencari identiti sendiri, okay, kan? So we need to explore apakah yang membuatkan mereka begitu. So at the moment, the first thing to do is to gain their trust. Okay, kita mau, I don't know how to call it in Indonesian language. We want them to trust you first. That's very important. Once trust is built, okay, then they may open up. I know it's very difficult for them to open up, but you need to be patient with that one. we need to be patient, okay, with this. Okay, we need to talk about what are the pros and cons of, okay, doing suicide. Okay, what are the consequences of committing suicide? Okay, so this is where you need to explore. Eksplorasi is very very important. Okay, kenapa and apa akan terjadi selepas suicidal? Okay, so that's one thing. We want also to want to know about dia tidak percaya kepada kepercayaan, sense of trust for other people is also very lacking. There must be a reason for that one. Okay, so for them to open up, okay, for the students ini to open up, you may need to be creative, mesti kreatif. Okay, membuat aktiviti-aktiviti di mana mereka berasa senang, mereka merasa relax sebelum memulakan presentation. For example, like kita boleh pakai role playing ataupun we can use riddles, games untuk mereka to open up first. Memang they will feel that they don't want to talk to people because of the trust issue, kan sudah ada trust issue di sana. Diorang pun ada persoalan di dalam diri mereka, can I trust my counselor? And so forth. So this is actually what happened. Building trust is very important at the first place. Then after that, then you will be able to carry out other activities. Yeah. Okay. So is it okay, Mbak Nisa? From that onward, then you can practice apa aktiviti yang boleh dibuat. For example, empty seat. Kalau mereka ada rasa, mereka diorang memendam rasa, for example and tidak tahu kemana untuk meluahkan perasaan itu, for example so you may use empty chair. Empty chair ini yang dibuat oleh siapa itu? Lupa. Saya lupa. Reality therapy kalau ada silap atau Jasper. I'm not sure. I don't really remember. Di mana mereka meluahkan perasaan kepada kepada an empty chair, kursi yang kosong. Kursi itu kosong, seolah-olah ada seseorang yang duduk di sana. You may read some more about empty chair. I don't know how they call it in Indonesian language, if there is one satu istilah, tapi in Nano we call it as empty chair, EMPTYCHAIR, empty chair. This is actually very helpful as well untuk menolong seseorang untuk share, to meluahkan perasaan. For example, maybe meluahkan perasaan, tidak ada kesempatan untuk meluahkan perasaan kepada bapa ataupun ibu yang tinggal jauh daripada mereka. Okay, so this can also be one of the modality yang boleh digunakan untuk sesi counseling dengan student ini. Tetapi yang penting is kita mesti mengambil, kita mesti membina kepercayaan. Okay, trust issue is very very important in counseling session. Yeah, okay. Right. Okay. Thank you. I think I hope that that answers your question, Mbak Nisa. Okay. So sorry about the time limitation because I think that we have another program and another sesi selepas ini kan. Mbak Adila. Ya, minta maaf ya Mbak Nisa. I think that's the short answer that I could give lah Mbak Nisa. Okay, terima kasih. Miss Adina, do we still have time? Okay, thank you. Mbak Anissa, do we still have time?
No, unfortunately we're running out of time.
Yes.
So we can continue the Q&A session.
Okay, all right, okay. I'm sorry. Terima kasih to Mbak Adina. Thank you to the organizer for inviting me. Actually, I love to share more about the skills that is very very important. The skills, the relevant skills that is important for us to help our students to prepare themselves towards the industry 5.0. However, due to the time limitation, kekangan masa, so I have to make it short. Okay. So minta maaf semua. I hope everything semua sekali itulah minta maaf kerana tidak dapat menjawab semua persoalan. I can't answer all of the questions. I hope that one day we will meet again, inshallah. Okay. Thank you so much, everyone. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Then all the best for with the next session. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for Dr. Nur Zaiman for the time that we actually have a great time with you. And for the closing statement, I would like to tell that as a counselor, we face so many challenges and such as unprepared for digital, and also unstable internet dilemma among counselors. And there are also how to upgrade skills, like attend training in certain therapy, come up with modalities, and be creative, and also collaborate with other professionals. And also for promoting mental health, we can spread the information through TikTok or any social media platforms. And thank you so much, actually, for the time that you giving the presentation here.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Assalamualaikum. Bye.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi.
Thank you, Dr. Zaiham, for the talk, and Ms. Adina to have moderated the session, assisting us in engaging discussion. In appreciation of your contribution as a guest speaker, we will issue a certificate of appreciation.
Sesi penyerahan sertifikat.
Would like to say thank you again to Dr. Nur Zaiham for the talk, and here's the certificate presented by students of Guidance and Counseling Master Program 2022 for the event ISCC 2022. Terima kasih.
Thank you.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
See you again.
Okay, before we move on to the next speaker session, on behalf of the committee, we would like to say thank you for all the sponsors that supported this event. First, we have PLN Indonesia, Bank Rakyat Indonesia, Board of BPI Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia.
Oke, terima kasih kepada seluruh pihak yang telah mendukung kegiatan kita pada hari ini. Terkhusus Bank Rakyat Indonesia, PLN Indonesia, dan Board BPI Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. Oke, Bapak Ibu semuanya, bagaimana kabarnya? Sehat ya? Oke, bagaimana nih kegiatan seminar kita pada hari ini? Apakah sampai pertengahan kegiatan mudah dipahami materinya? Oke, boleh dong ajukan jempolnya jika mudah dipahami? Jempolnya mana Bapak Ibu? Oke, kalau begitu, sebelum kita melakukan ataupun saya akan mengingatkan kembali mengenai peraturan ataupun tata tertib yang harus diikuti pada kegiatan kita pada hari ini. Yang pertama, pastikan koneksi internet Anda berjalan dengan lancar. Yang kedua, tidak meninggalkan ruangan Zoom selama kegiatan berlangsung. Yang ketiga, dipersilakan untuk mengaktifkan kamera selama kegiatan. Yang ketiga, peserta dimohon untuk mematikan mikrofon selama penyampaian materi. Yang keempat, Bapak Ibu hadirin semuanya, untuk daftar hadir nantinya akan diberikan setelah sesi kegiatan berakhir. Untuk itu, tetap stay tune ya di Zoom meeting kita. Nah, lalu untuk sertifikat itu akan diberikan setelah kegiatan berlangsung dan akan diinfokan kembali melalui grup WhatsApp. Untuk itu, pada Bapak Ibu hadirin peserta semuanya untuk tidak meninggalkan grup WhatsApp-nya yang telah disediakan oleh panitia. Dan kepada para partisipan yang ingin bertanya, dipersilahkan untuk mengirimkan pertanyaannya di kolom chat yang telah tersedia. Dan saya ingatkan kembali kepada seluruh peserta yang belum mengubah format nama tampilannya untuk mengubah format nama dengan cara yaitu partisipan_nama. Terima kasih. Oke, Bapak Ibu hadirin semuanya, sebelum kita memasuki sesi pemateri selanjutnya, kita akan melakukan kuis terlebih dahulu. Nah, bagi para pemenang yang bisa ataupun menjawab semua kuis pada hari ini akan mendapatkan door prize yang sangat luar biasa, door prize eksklusif dari panitia. Tepuk tangan semuanya. Oke. Nah, sebelum itu Bapak Ibu, kita akan melakukan peregangan terlebih dahulu nih yang akan dipandu oleh rekan saya, Selmi.
Oke, baik. Untuk membuat kita lebih rileks ya, mari kita melakukan peregangan terlebih dahulu. Ayo semuanya bisa ikuti saya.
Oke,
kita
Bapak Ibu.
tegakkan tangannya ke depan.
Pegangan tangannya ke depan.
Ayo. Oke, lalu ke atas.
Semuanya. Oke, bagus itu Sumaida.
Ayo semuanya.
Oke, yang lain boleh ikuti.
Oke,
good. Oke, Bapak Agung, ayo Pak, kanan. Oke, lanjut.
Oke, ke depan lagi.
Ke depan lagi. Oke, good, Ibu Ainur. Lanjut.
Oke, tarik nafasnya.
Tarik nafasnya.
Lalu buang.
Buang, good. Oke. Boleh sekali lagi?
Ayo, sekali lagi ya. Supaya lebih rileks. Oke,
Bapak Ibu.
Kita julurkan ke depan tangan.
Oke, bagus Bapak Supriyano. Lanjut.
Ke atas.
Ke samping. Ke samping lagi. Dan selesai. Oke, terima kasih kepada Bapak Ibu semuanya yang telah mengikuti peregangan kita pada hari ini. Sudah rileks semuanya? Oke, boleh ajukan jempolnya, mana jempolnya? Oke. Nah, sebelum kita memasuki sesi selanjutnya, kita akan melakukan kuis seperti yang telah saya janjikan tadi. Nah, untuk itu sebelumnya Bapak Ibu dipersilahkan nih untuk mengambil gawai atau handphonenya masing-masing. Oke, sudah Bapak Ibu? Oke, sudah. Baik, jika sudah Bapak Ibu boleh acukan jempolnya. Silakan klik tanda jempol atau emoji jempol di bawah dekat kolom chat. Oke? Atau boleh Bapak Ibu langsung saja. Oke, good. Langsung saja untuk mengajukan jempolnya. Baik. Nah, Bapak Ibu, sebelum kita memulai permainan, pertama-tama jika Bapak Ibu sudah memegang gawai ataupun handphone masing-masing, Bapak Ibu silakan klik atau search di Google atau di kolom pencarian kahoot.it atau kahoot.it yang sudah disebar oleh panitia di kolom chat. Ya, itu sudah ada linknya di kolom chat. Oke, silakan diklik. Bapak Ibu. Oke, jika Bapak Ibu sudah mengkliknya, Apakah masih ada? Jangan lewatkan nih door prize-nya. Jangan nantinya Anda menyesal ya di akhir acara. Karena teman-teman yang lain dapat door prize, sedangkan teman-teman yang lain tidak. Iya kan ya, Bu ya? Oke. Ada Muhammad Fatoni, ada Anda. Oke. Siapa lagi nih yang mau join? Ayo. Kami tunggu ya. Oke, sekali lagi, jika Anda kesulitan, Anda bisa langsung klik link yang ada di kolom chat. Ya, Anda klik lalu akan muncul laman untuk memasukkan game pin. Dan game pinnya sudah tertera di layar Anda masing-masing, yaitu 5040614. Oke, masih terus ya, kita akan menunggu. Oke. Baik, Bapak Ibu. Oke, sudah ada 20 orang nih yang mengikutinya. Oke. Kegiatan hari ini sangat luar biasa ya, rekan saya Selmi.
Betul sekali. Semuanya sepertinya terlihat excited ya untuk mengikuti kuis kali ini.
Iya, dan tentu saja setelah kita mengikuti materi-materi yang luar biasa ya, tadi ada dari Prof Syamsu, lalu juga dari ini Dr. Nur ya. Nah, sesaat lagi nih sebelum kita memasuki materi, kita bermain lebih dahulu nih. Nah, sudah ada 25 orang yang sudah join ke link Kahoot yang telah kita sediakan ya. Oke, ada lagi yang join, kami tunggu ya. Sekali lagi kepada Bapak Ibu, jika ingin mengikuti link ini, silakan untuk mengklik link yang ada di kolom chat. Oke, dan jika sudah, akan muncul tampilan untuk memasukkan game pin, yaitu 5040614, atau juga sudah tersedia di kolom chat. Oke, sudah ada 26. Kita tunggu sampai berapa nih? 30? Oke, 24. Oke, langsung saja kita mulai. Atau tunggu dulu nih, oke Mas Indonesia. Oke, bisa Kartika, selamat datang. Oke, Bapak Wahai kembali masuk ya. Oke, kepada Bapak Ibu, oke tuh ada yang, oke silakan diberikan nama aslinya ya. Jika namanya tidak jelas, panitia akan berusaha untuk menghubunginya. Oke, contoh nih ya, A. Oke, gimana? Untuk mulai namanya ya. Oke, ada apa lain? Anissa Alia, Fitri, Ibu Ananda. Oke, Bina, selamat datang. Oke, kembali lagi Bapak Ibu, untuk sertifikat nantinya akan diberikan saat sesi kegiatan berlangsung. Untuk itu, tetap stay tune di Zoom meeting kita dan juga tidak keluar dari grup WhatsApp ya, karena nantinya akan diinfokan melalui grup WhatsApp. Oke, sudah ada 30 lebih nih peserta yang masuk yang ingin mendapatkan door prize eksklusif dari panitia kita. Wah, tepuk tangan dulu nih. Oke, lanjut lagi. Oke, teman-teman di Bapak selamat datang di link Zoom kita, link Kahoot kita. Baik, apakah ada lagi? Ada lagi? Bapak Ibu, kami tunggu. Ada dana, Brenda. Oke, kita bisa melihat sama-sama ya di layar kaca Anda ya, di mana di sana sudah ada tim 40, hampir 40 peserta yang akan memperebutkan door prize eksklusif dari panitia. Oke, Yusuf Kece, Bapak Yusuf Kece, selamat datang. Oke, ada lagi? Kita genapin nih 40. Jika sudah 40, langsung saja kita mulai kegiatan kita, oke? Sip. Ayo, satu lagi 40. Oke, siapakah peserta terakhir yang akan memenuhi? Oke, silakan kita mulai. Apakah kita tambah lagi? Tambah lagi? Oke, tambah lagi. Oh, jangan lupa dulu Bapak Ibu, ya. Jangan lewatkan door prize yang sangat menarik ini. Oke, terus bertambah, terus bertambah. Oke, ayo. lihat. Selamat datang Ibu Rin. Oke, nantinya ya, di kuis ini akan ada pertanyaan-pertanyaan yang nantinya mungkin akan berkaitan dengan materi tadi ataupun hal-hal umum yang lain. Seperti itu ya Selvi ya?
Iya. Jangan lupa untuk sertifikat akan diberikan di akhir acara ya. Jadi stay tune sampai akhir acara berlangsung.
Oke, untuk link daftar hadir kepada para peserta diharapkan untuk tetap berada di Zoom meeting karena akan diberikan saat kegiatan berakhir. Oke, kita mulai saja. Oke, 47, 48, 49. Oke, 50. Apakah ada lagi yang ingin join? Jangan keluar ya dari sini ya Bapak Ibu. Oke, kita mulai. Kita mulai ya. 1, 2, 3. Oke. Bapak Ibu, kita akan masuki kuis ESGC. Jadi Bapak Ibu silakan memilih jawaban yang benar berdasarkan pertanyaan tersebut. Pertama, tebak nama kota berdasarkan gambar berikut. Waktu tinggal 5 detik. Oke, siapa yang duluan? 1. Oke. Ada 16 orang peserta yang telah menjawab dengan benar. Angkat tangan dulu deh. Oke, siapakah dia yang mendapatkan ranking pertama untuk jawaban pertama? Kita lihat. Oke, jawabannya adalah Surabaya. Oke, lanjut. Oke, selamat kepada Hana, Ibu Hana Kristeria yang mendapatkan peringkat pertama di jawaban ataupun pertanyaan pertama. Jangan risau Ibu Bapak Ibu karena kita masih ada beberapa pertanyaan selanjutnya. Next. Oke. Ada berapa jumlah stiker pada kegiatan ISGC 2022? Oke. Waktu habis. Titot. Oke, jawaban benar adalah berapa Ibu?
3.
Oke, jawaban yang benar adalah 3. Dan ada 12 orang nih yang benar menjawabnya. Siapakah dia? Kembali lagi. Oh, tidak bertukar. Ada Bapak Yusuf Kece. Oh, sudah mana ya? Kece sekali dalam menjawabnya. Bikin nyimak nih dari awal sampai akhir. Oke, next. Lanjut. Oke, lanjut. Keynote Speaker pada kegiatan ISGC 2022 yaitu Dr. Hajar Nur Zaiham Midawati binti Haji Abdullah. True or false? Wah, betul Bapak Ibu? Betul ya jawabannya ya. Jadi yang ini bonus jawabannya dan tidak dihitung ya. Oke. Oh, salah Bapak Ibu. Betul kan Bapak Ibu? Saya cek lagi kembali ya. Apakah keynote speaker pada kegiatan di SGC tahun 2022 yaitu Dr. Hajar Nur Zaiham Midawati binti Haji Abdullah? Oke, saya ingin mengecek nih konsentrasi Bapak Ibu semua. Ternyata jawabannya adalah salah. Dan hanya 5 orang nih yang benar dalam menjawabnya. Oke, siapa lagi nih? Kembali lagi, Yusuf Kece kembali memimpin dalam pertanyaan kali ini. Oke, next. Pertanyaan selanjutnya adalah berikut ini yang merupakan isu kesehatan mental adalah 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Oke, jadi semua jawaban adalah benar. Oke, terima kasih. Anxiety, stres, dan juga jawaban selanjutnya adalah pernyataan yang benar. Kembali lagi, Yusuf Kece masih memimpin dalam sesi kali ini. Oke, Yusuf Kece, pertahankan peringkatmu. Oke, next. Oke, langsung. Salah satu digital competence yang harus dimiliki oleh guru BK untuk memfasilitasi kebutuhan siswa adalah
berdasarkan gambar berikut.
Itu ada jam, ada huruf A, dan ikan. Silakan Bapak Ibu tebak gambar berdasarkan gambar yang telah tersedia.
Jerman, Jepang, atau
Oke, sudah muncul ya jawabannya. Oke. Apakah oke? Bapak Yusuf tetap memimpin dalam kuis kali ini. Apakah Bapak Yusuf akan dikalahkan? Kita lihat di pertanyaan selanjutnya.
Okay, true or false? Social connection stay active, managing stress merupakan kunci untuk membantu kesehatan mental. True or false?
Benar atau salah? 3, 2, 1.
Oke.
Benar.
True.
True. Oke, kita lihat apakah peringkat berubah? Baik, peringkat berubah dengan drastis ya. Bapak Yusuf ke peringkat 3 dan Bu Sumaida berada di peringkat pertama. Oke, lanjut. Kembali lagi pernyataan benar atau salah?
Spirituality seorang memiliki dampak yang baik bagi kesehatan mental yang true or false?
3, 2, 1. Oke, true ya. Benar. Kita lihat apakah masih Bu Sumaida yang memimpin? Ya, Bu Sumaida masih memimpin untuk mendapatkan kesempatan mendapatkan door prize ya dari panitia. Oke, next. Pertanyaan ke-9.
Pemateri berikut berasal dari London University.
Siapakah dia?
Profesor Syamsu, Profesor Oluwafemi Esan, Dr. Ipah Saripah, atau Dr. Zaiham Midawati.
Oke, waktu habis dan jawabannya adalah
Profesor Oluwafemi Esan.
Oke, benar. Kita lihat ya. Siapakah yang memimpin? Oke, Bu Sumaida masih memimpin peringkat untuk saat ini. Dan pertanyaan terakhir yang akan menentukan siapakah pemenang door prize dari kegiatan pada hari ini. Oke,
dari kedua MC pada kegiatan ISGC kali ini adalah
siapakah kami? Ronda dan
Silmi.
Oke, betul Bapak Ibu. Baik, kita lihat siapakah pemenang yang akan mendapatkan door prize eksklusif dari kegiatan di SGC pada hari ini. Lihat dia. Juara 3 ada Bapak Fahden. Juara 2
ada Dana.
Dan juara 3 adalah
juara utama.
Juara utama Bu Sumaida. Oke, beri tangan dulu untuk para pemenang. Dan pada para pemenang, silakan untuk dapat menghubungi panitia yang ada pada grup acara dan akan mendapatkan money senilai
Rp50.000
dan
masing-masing pemenang.
betul sekali. Dan nantinya akan disampaikan dan akan dihitung lebih lanjut oleh panitia. Oke? See you soon di kegiatan selanjutnya. Baik. Bapak Ibu hadirin yang terhormat, kembali lagi saya akan mengingatkan kepada Bapak Ibu semua untuk peraturan ataupun tata tertib yang harus diikuti selama kegiatan berlangsung. Yang pertama, pastikan koneksi internet Anda berjalan dengan lancar. Kedua, tidak meninggalkan ruangan Zoom selama kegiatan berlangsung. Ketiga, peserta disilahkan untuk mengaktifkan kamera selama kegiatan. Keempat, peserta dimohon untuk mematikan mikrofon selama kegiatan berlangsung. Dan sekali lagi kami ingatkan untuk pengisian daftar hadir akan dilakukan setelah kegiatan berakhir. Dan sertifikat akan diberikan juga setelah kegiatan berlangsung dan akan diinfokan melalui grup WhatsApp. Karena itu Bapak Ibu jangan libur dari grup WhatsApp yang telah tersedia. Dan nantinya mohon maaf kepada para partisipan yang ingin bertanya, silakan untuk mengirimkan pertanyaan di kolom chat. Dan sebelum peserta, sekali lagi apabila belum, silakan untuk mengubah namanya sesuai dengan nomor yang telah
suaranya tidak terdengar dan putus-putus.
Oke, terima kasih.
Welcome to Undergraduate Program in Guidance and Counseling, Faculty of Educational Sciences, Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. I am Ipah Saripah, Head of the program.
Guidance and counseling is an inseparable part of education, which is provide a solution in order to achieve optimal student development. I'm Eka Saktiyuda, Secretary of the program.
The undergraduate program in Guidance and Counseling was established in 1964 when IKIP Bandung was founded and offered undergraduate and postgraduate programs.
Is delivered by Professor Oluwafemi Esan from London University, United Kingdom. The session will be hosted by Ms. Salsabila. Alright, Ms. Salsabila, the time is yours.
Okay. Thank you for the Master of Ceremony for giving me the opportunity to become moderator on this session. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Hello everyone, my name is Salsabila Syafa Azra Darmawan from Undergraduate Program Guidance and Counseling University Pendidikan Indonesia, year of 2020. After having some great speaker before, we are going to have Professor Oluwafemi Esan from London University, United Kingdom. So, Professor Oluwafemi Esan is the principal consultant of the Transpersonal Mental Health Clinic, the Vice Chancellor and Global Academic Director of London Academy, Vice Chancellor of London University. He is also an ordained prophet with over 20 years of international prophetic ministry experiences. He is also a transpersonal therapist with over 10 years practice experience, specializing in transpersonal mental health intervention. He is also a professional coaching psychologist with an MSc in coaching psychology from the University of East London. He is a qualified secondary school teacher, FE college lecturer, and a university lecturer. He obtained an MA in higher education and PGCHE from Anglia Ruskin University, PGC Level 7 from the University of Greenwich. In addition, he is also a professor of transpersonal psychology with 12 years of research experience in the field of transpersonal psychology. He also has a doctorate in transpersonal coaching psychology approved by the Kingdom of Hawaii Royal Accreditation Commission, and also Honolulu, Hawaii, USA is in conjunction with London University. He is a certified transpersonal mental health therapist and consultant in transpersonal psychology. He is also a consultant in teacher training and development, and he has trained over 400 training teachers in the UK in the last 5 years. Wow, based on the curriculum vitae that I have just read, we are going to have a new and comprehensive explanation about transpersonal mental health in dealing with disruption in Millenium. So, without any further ado, to Professor Oluwafemi Esan, please come and time is yours.
Thank you so much. Assalamualaikum.
Okay, for Prof. Oluwafemi, have you been here? Are you here?
Thank you so much once again for this. Hello, can you hear me? Yes. Can you hear me?
Hello?
Hello? Yeah.
To Professor Oluwafemi, are you here?
Yes, I'm here.
Oh,
I can see.
I think
I can
we
hear you.
cannot hear your voice in here, Professor.
Okay. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I hear Professor.
Your voice is too low, so we cannot hear you.
No, actually, we can hear you clearly, Professor.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much for that. Okay. Can I start?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yes, of course.
Okay, thank you so much.
So now we can hear you. Please proceed.
Okay. Okay. So once again, I want to say thank you for this wonderful opportunity to be part of this gorgeous workshop and international conference. So I've been here. Sorry if I'm a little bit sleepy. It's almost 5 a.m. in United Kingdom, so I have to have an early wake up. Okay, so thank you. So today I'm going to share with you my slide. Okay, we'll be looking at the concept of a transpersonal mental health clinic that we developed over the years. And my aim in this workshop is to look at how we can develop transpersonal mental health resilience in the era of disruption. Now, we clearly understand that we are just off the back of a global pandemic issue with the COVID-19, which caused a lot of disruption. And it is quite obvious that the issue of disruption has become a great area of mental stress for a lot of people in our 21st century. Having said that, I would like to introduce to the audience the very concept of transpersonal psychology. And then we move from that into transpersonal mental health care intervention. So for this wonderful occasion this morning, I have two outcomes at the end of this workshop. I strongly believe that participants will be able to reflect on the concept of transpersonal identity and transpersonal mental health care. Also, at the end of this workshop, participants will be able to explore the role of transpersonal self in developing mental resilience, in coping in the era of disruption. And I will start with the very definition of what is mental health. Mental health encompasses emotional, psychological, and social well-being. It influences cognition, perception, and behavior. It also determines how an individual handles stress, interpersonal relationship, decision-making. In other words, we can say that mental health affects how we think, how we feel, and how we act. So we cannot categorize three domains of mental health. Number one, how we think, and that's our cognition, and that's our cognitive psychology makeup. How we feel is our emotional well-being, and how we act is our behavioral psychology. In other words, these three domains has been affected so much in the era of disruption. Why is that? That happens because we always feel agitated when there is a disruption in what we plan to do. And you can see that statistics shows the increase in mental health challenges in the last 2 years due to COVID-19 pandemic, which is a global pandemic as we all experience. In other words, you can see that mental health is very important at every stage of our life, okay? From childhood and adolescent through our adulthood. Now, in our school here, what we focus is mainly based on the concept of transpersonal psychology. So follow me carefully as I will introduce you to the very concept of transpersonal psychology. But before that, I would like to lay a foundation which is based on what I call a psycho-spiritual philosophy. And the beautiful thing is that Indonesia is a religious country, and we have a lot of my Muslim brothers and sisters in the house. And you can relate with the very essence of transpersonal psychology. Now, to start with, the foundation of transpersonal psychology is based on what I call transpersonal ontology. That is, reality that is beyond the physical material world, okay? The physical material world. We all know that the three Abrahamic religions, Islam, Judaism, and Christianity, they both subscribe to the ideology of creationism, meaning that the three major world religions believe that the visible world, the material world, and the invisible world are created by the act of God. So let's establish that foundation. And the foundation is there is a creator that is invisible, and that is the Almighty Allah himself. So is a creator and is invisible. In other words, there is a part of you that is created from the spirit of Allah. Okay, there's a part of you that is invisible. So when we look at ourselves from the mirror, we see our physical prerogative, we see our ephemeral material biological self. However, in transpersonal philosophy, we believe that the essence of humanity is spiritual. So in other words, we believe that you are a spirit trying to have a physical experience. Now, if you subscribe, which I know that many of you on this platform believe from the Islamic religion, it tells us that Allah is a spirit, is the almighty creator. And because of that, we are also the creator, product of the divine creator. So in other words, there's a part of you and me that is purely spirit and is spiritual. Now, the question today is there a correlation between that aspect of us, okay, and how we look at our mental health, okay? So we can say that if you look at in the area of where the mental challenge is concerned, a mental health condition can also have a negative effect on the way an individual thinks. Now, when you said thinking, and you know, the way you think, and the way you feel. But if we talk about the way you think, I put a question across to us. Where is the source of thinking? Where does thought come from? If our thinking, which is related to our subjective well-being, that is our inner reality, what goes on in our mind are the sources of the challenges in our mental health. For example, your belief system, what you believe about yourself, becomes a lens through which you interpret events around your life. Now, I would like to go back and share with you and discuss with you the very essence, the very definition of transpersonal psychology at this junction. Now, transpersonal psychology is also known as spiritual psychology, and is a subfield or school of psychology that integrates the spiritual and the transcendent aspect of the human experience with a framework of modern psychology. Now, the transpersonal is defined as experiences in which the sense of identity or self extends beyond the individual, or personal to encompass a wider aspect of humankind, life, psyche, or cosmos. It has also been defined as development beyond conventional, personal, or individual levels. Issues considered in transpersonal psychology include spiritual self-development, self beyond the ego, peak experiences, mystical experiences, systemic trance, and spiritual crisis, spiritual evolution, religious conversion, altered state of consciousness. Now, because of our time, if I look at the last phrase here, the last sentence here says, the shaman, the healers, the sages, and the wisdom keepers of all times, all continents, and all people in their ageless wisdom. They agree on one thing when it comes to spirituality, that there are three aspects of spirituality. Number one, relationships, values, and life purpose. Relationship, values, and life purpose. You can see that from these three domains, our mental health, which reside in the aspect of humanity where we talk about the soul.
Kemarin pengaturan tiket saya kasih tahu.
Relationship, see, our relationship is also affecting our mental health. Our value system is also affecting our mental health. Now, let's talk about life purpose. Let me talk a little bit more on this issue. Do you know that there is a reason for your existence? That Allah created every one of us for a purpose. There is a reason why you exist. Now, finding the reason, I was listening to the last speaker, which was quite brilliant, and you spoke about suicide. Evidence shows from suicide note that when people commit suicide, they always put in one of the common reasons that people commit suicide is that they'll say there is no reason for living. I'll say that again. They always say suicide note reveals that people that commit suicide, they are often driven and to say that they have no purpose, no reason for living. Now, I have a question first. How can you find your purpose for existence? How do you know the reason why you exist? That can only be assessed through a spiritual encounter with Allah. That's it. Because Allah is a creator, and because he has created you, he has sent all of us to this material world for a reason. Now, this is where the Eurocentric psychiatric medicine, medical model is lacking, because they fail to accommodate the concept of spirituality as a source for finding our purpose. You cannot find your purpose outside God. Finding a sense of personal purpose and meaning in life has to do with your spiritual connection with Allah. And that's it. And that is a fundamental principle when it comes to transpersonal mental health care. That we are talking about you're finding your essence of living. Why are you here? I posed this question to all of us this morning. Have you thought about it? What is the reason for your existence? The breath in your nostril. Why are you breathing? There's a reason why you exist. And this reason has a correlation to do with your mental health, to find a sense of purpose. Let's continue. Looking at that aspect, one can say that the very essence of spirituality, let's do a comparative analysis each other, that between a conventional psychology and spiritual psychology. Spiritual psychology combines the spiritual and the features that influence the human experience beyond the body, mind, and emotion. So when we look at the Eurocentric psychiatric medicine that is based on the medical model, they only deal with the body, the mind, and the emotion. However, the spiritual psychology through the transpersonal intervention, which is an holistic model approach to mental health care, it gives you access to be acceptable by people. And that is what we call transpersonal psychology. It simply means psychology of spirituality or spiritual psychology. Conventional psychology, you can say, which is based on conventional counseling approach, that is purely a medical model, focuses on the three areas: the physical, the mental, and the emotional. You see that is the focus of the conventional psychology. However, spiritual psychology focuses on four areas: the physical, the mental, the emotional, and the core being or inner self. You see that? Your inner self. And that inner self is your higher self, which is also known as your spirit self, because you are a spirit trying to create a physical experience. And that is the whole essence of transpersonal psychology. Again, conventional psychology is based on the concept of impermanency and helps you to cope with constant changes, like what you do, what you think, and what you feel. Okay. But in spiritual psychology, it can help you to experience peace, joy, unconditional love, and to live your life in harmony both inside and out by accessing your inner self or the core. Now, the point here is that your core, your inner self, is the most essence part of who you are. The real person that you are, okay, is not your physical body. It is your inner self. I know you are all aware of, we are in a national mourning state. We just lost Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth of blessed memory. When she passed, it was said she passed away. What does that mean? Death. It is when the human spirit leaves the body, and that is death. Okay? And the real person that is making your body to walk around is your spirit. Now, the question is, what is the importance of the spirit when we talk about mental health? Okay, the spirit is the real you, and the real you is spiritual. To cope with disruption in this new millennia that we have, to cope with stress and the changing external environment, that what we cannot control what happens outside of us and our environment. However, our spiritual self becomes the very essence for developing mental resilience. We can navigate the disruption in this new era. We can navigate the changes that is happening in the global landscape by creating a relationship with our inner self, okay? And that inner self is a focus of transpersonal psychology. Transpersonal counseling, transpersonal psychotherapy focuses on the health of the human spirit, So when you have, as you have your physical health, the same way you have your spiritual health. And here is the argument. The argument is that your spiritual health is a foundation of sound mental health. I'll say it again. Your spiritual health is the foundation of a sound mental health. So there is a correlation between your spiritual self and your spiritual health and your mental health. Because we believe, which is purely experiential, and many of you on this platform, you can agree with that there are times in your life that you are faced with, disruptions, you are faced with uncertainty. And due to your connection with God, and in the place of prayer, you are able to receive strength. You are able to receive comfort. And this comfort becomes the basis of your mental resilience. That is, it becomes the resources that you have used in coping with disruption, in your environment, challenges, in managing your stress. So you receive strength from your connection with God. And that is the key thing in transpersonal therapy. How to help the client, how to help the service users to use their spiritual connection with themselves, one, through the intrapersonal communication, okay, and also with the divine. So that's quite interesting. I'm going to show you an analogy of how man is a tripartite being. I want to follow me carefully. I'm going to spend a few more time on this diagram. Now, man is designed as a tripartite being, okay? Man is designed as a three essential component. So man is a spirit watch this, he has a soul and he lives in a body. Man is a spirit, okay? He has a soul, he lives in a body. Now, with a spirit, is able to relate with God, okay? Through intuition, the conscience, the communion. That is spiritual God consciousness, okay? Also, with the soul, man is able to relate with others. Now, as we know, the soul becomes the seat of the mind, emotion, and will. And the whole domain of mental health, don't forget, we said mental health talks about the way you think, the way you feel, and the way you act. Now, the feeling and the thinking happens in the mind, okay? And the mind is in the soul. Our emotion, our will, our power to make choices reside in the soul, okay? And that is where we have our psychological self-consciousness. And then we have our body. And through our physical body, we relate with our environment. Now, the question is, your real self, according to transpersonal philosophy, is your spirit. Your spirit is your true essence. Your spirit is who you are. And you communicate with the soul. So between the spirit and your body, you communicate through the soul. Now, you will now see that through our body, we relate with environment, okay? We through our sensory apparatus, our sense of smell, touch, the way we feel. And when you look at the domain of mental health, how you feel relates to your environment. How you feel also relate with your relationship with other people. So you can receive signal, sensations, or stimuli from your environment, okay? And then you begin to interpret it. Imagine what happens to majority of people that neglect their spiritual existence, which they relate with God. So they will deal with all their life issues based on their body and their soul. And that is where the emptiness comes in. It becomes overwhelming. When you are dealing in your life with stress, anxiety, disruption in your environment, just from your solical dimension and your body sensation, neglecting the health of your spirit. And that constitutes the issue with anxiety, with depression, you know, we're talking about suicide thought coming into someone's mind, because the spirit in connection with God is the very source of mental resilience. And this is what we teach, and this is what we practice in transpersonal mental health care. That is, your spirit, which is your true self, your higher self, is a source of your mental resilience. Is where you receive energy, where you receive divine guidance in making decisions. We are going to be faced with a lot of decisions in this new era. And when you make your decision, what are the factors that you consider in making decision? A lot of people that are neglecting their spiritual health, they make decisions based on how they relate with the environment and how they relate with others. A lot of people are suffering from what we call approval addiction, living to the gallery of men, you know, looking forward to approval from relationship, approval from friends, community, religious gathering, and they neglect the core of who they are. That is, you are a spirit. You are a spirit. You live in the body, and through your spirit, you are able to relate with God. And that is the basis of sound mental health. Your spiritual health is what gives you the resilience to cope with destruction. Your spiritual health is what gives you a sense of purpose and meaning in life. Through this, you are able to deal with different issues of life. That is, I have a connection with the divine. And through this connection with the divine, I'm able to communicate with the divine. And by that communication, I'm receiving resources in times of peace in my soul. You can see from that diagram that the spirit directly influences the soul, okay? And the soul receives signal from the body. And this is how transpersonal mental health care takes place. It is a care of your mind through spiritual interference by your relationship with God. That is, spirituality in the place of communion with God has a profound impact on our mental health. I'll give an example. When people go through depression, hopelessness, when you look at your surrounding, you look at the disruption around your surrounding, you look at things happening outside your control, they are not going the way you expect things to be, then where do you go to? Where do you seek the solace? Where do you seek the refuge that becomes a calmness to your soul? And this is where your spirit comes in. It is through your communion with the divine. And this can take place in various forms, okay? Your communion with the divine is a key thing. Look at that diagram again. So you have a communion, okay? By your spirit, you are relating with God. And through this communion, you can see the flow of divine resources into your soul. And your soul is where your mind is located. So the mind resides in the soul. The fact that the spirit has a direct influence on the soul, that is, my spiritual self, which is transpersonal experience, impart my psychological self. So this is a basis of transpersonal mental health care intervention. That is, the care of my mind through my spirit. Now, having said that, I've laid the foundation for the base for transpersonal mental health care there. And then we look at the very essence of transpersonal mental care itself. Now, the conclusion is that we are spirit, soul, and body. What's this? All three demand our attention. And if one of them becomes imbalanced, there can be an issue in all three areas. In other words, our spiritual and mental health are uniquely connected. I'll say that again. Our spiritual and mental health are uniquely connected. For example, if negative thoughts are left unchecked, it can become negative beliefs. And these negative beliefs are the lens that we use to view our overall experience in this world, including God and other people. Reflecting on the past year, if you look at the past year and all the disruption that have been happening in the last 2 years, a global scale, I'm sure that you think of many instances of stressors, traumas, or just overall negative experience. What you will find is when we allow the negative ideas and beliefs, and we attach to different negative experiences to go unchecked, they can leave us feeling isolated, powerless, and vulnerable. What does that mean? Because within the subconscious is our belief system. Within our subconscious mind, we have a belief system. And the key thing here is that every one of us, when we are alone, you have a concept about yourself. And as we lay the foundation that when we talk about mental health, it's about first thing about mental health is your perception of who you are. Let's talk about that for a minute. Who do you think you are? You have a perception of self, okay? You have a self-image. There's an image that you have. Now, that image becomes the lens through which you interpret the world around you. Now, if your image is based on your biological self, that is on your material self, you will interpret experiences, events around you just from your biological self. And you will look at life from the material component of existence. What does that mean? Everything you look will be interpreted through the material world. And this can be very damaging because we cannot control the element in the material world. But what we can control is our inner thought. And that inner thought can also be influenced by our spiritual connection with God. And so when we have an image of self, that you know that you are a spirit and you are connected to God. And in the place of prayer, in the place of communion, you are able to receive divine energy. This divine energy becomes the very source of mental resilience. And that is how you develop transpersonal mental resilience. So you are using your spiritual self, the higher part of you, in communion with God. I mean, based on your religious belief, as you worship God. I know that our Muslim brothers and sisters, you have your 5 days prayer in a day. In the place of prayer, it becomes an important part of your mental resilience development. So your communion in the place of prayer, and when you read the Quran, the Holy Book, and you meditate and you think about the goodness of Allah in your life, you are receiving that strength, okay? And that strength you are receiving is impacting on your mental and emotional well-being, because it gives you a sense of security that you know that I cannot control events, but my connection with Allah has the power to control my circumstances. Now, that belief system on its own is therapeutic. You know that I cannot control event. Destruction can happen. However, due to my spiritual connection with Allah, I can know that He's in control. He can control situation. Now, that sense of security gives you a strong resource for transpersonal mental resilience. You begin to look at the challenges and destruction in your environment from the spiritual point of view. You are well aware that I can face the unknown because I know that Allah is with me. Now, these are the source of strength and resources. Now, if you now look outside this, a lot of people that are not in tune with their spiritual self, the non-religious people, they are going through stress, and they cannot secure the strength from their understanding that you are a spirit. You are not your physical body. And being a spirit is the very source of who you are. You are not your bank account. You are not your certificate. There is more to you than your bank account. There is more to you than the degree you hold. You are a spirit. And you have been sent here by Allah for an assignment. And the moment you finish your assignment, then you move into eternity, into a place of timelessness. So having this understanding becomes a belief system, okay? And this belief system becomes the very essence of the strength that we use in dealing with mental health challenges. And this is the core of the philosophy that we have in transpersonal mental health care. That is harnessing the essence of our spiritual self, harnessing the power of the divine, okay? And we are able to use that. Now, having said that, there are ample evidence that shows that the impact of spirituality on mental health, it encourages people to have a better relationship with themselves, just as I've explained, and with the unknown. Spirituality can help you deal with stress by giving you a sense of peace, purpose, and forgiveness. It often becomes more important in times of emotional stress or illness. Spiritual health involves both mental and physical health. In its turn, to maintain self-control, which is leading to maintain healthy, thereby it may increase life quality. Okay, spiritual health also promotes the feeling of self-acceptance and self-satisfaction, ultimate acceptance, and long-term hope. So you begin to see that you begin to have a sense of hope, and that hope is not limited by the physical environment. You know that you are a spirit, you exist beyond time and space. And you know through your spiritual identity and your spiritual consciousness that you are connected to the divine. And by your communion with the divine, you begin to have a hope for your future. Now, look at the world today. We live in a world that we cannot control the outcome of things. However, when you are connected to your spirit, to the Spirit of Allah, you know that He's in control. He has the power to change your situation. Now, that understanding, that belief system is a therapeutic ingredient of transpersonal mental health care. That is, you are looking beyond the limitation of the resources in your environment. You are looking beyond the limitation of your history, your family background, because you are connected to the higher self. You are connected to the divine. And that divine connection, that understanding that I'm not my physical body, I live above time and space. I am an eternal spirit. My existence is not limited to my biological entity. That understanding, that awareness is a therapeutic element of transpersonal mental health care. Thank you. I now leave time for questions.
Oluwafemi Esan for a really good lesson about transpersonal mental health in dealing with disruption in Millenium. So I can tell that lots of people in here has already have question about what Prof. Esan already explained. So for all the audience who has question, please kindly to click the raise hand feature and turn on the microphone after. Is there any question? Oke, tadi untuk Prof. Esan juga udah ngejelasin banyak banget ya, mulai dari the definition itself about mental health, that mental health it encompasses emotional, psychological, and social well-being. And also, he already explained about mental illness can affect individual things, feel, and behave or act. So, yeah, it is personally for me, it's really interesting because I just know that about transpersonal psychology that it's integrating between spiritual and transcendent aspect of the human experience. Yeah, I think, okay, for all the audiences, is there any question? Oh, ini udah ada raise hand, 2 orang ya. To Miss Dian Kurdiana, dipersilakan untuk open mic.
Ya, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Pakai bahasa Indonesia aja ya, sambil saya belajar. Kebetulan maaf ya, saya Dian Kusdiana, guru BK SMP Negeri 1 Garut. Kebetulan saya ikut menyimak dari tadi ya, dari ibu yang dari Brunei ya, termasuk bapak profesor yang dari London University. Meski maaf, saya rasa spellingnya agak ini ya. Tapi gini, saya berusaha untuk mencoba paham tentang kesehatan mental, apalagi saya banyak belajar tentang banyak mempelajari tentang kesehatan mental di sekolah. Mungkin itu yang belum saya dapatkan, makanya saya mengikuti kegiatan ini. Mudah-mudahan ini jadi ilmu tambahan untuk saya tentang tahu apa itu kesehatan mental, di sekolah. Mungkin itu aja. Dan saya udah berusaha mencoba, mudah-mudahan nanti di waktu senggang saya bisa membuka apa bedanya antara soul, spirit, and body gitu. Mungkin karena kalau kami sebagai orang muslim hanya membagi antara jasmani dan rohani gitu. Itu yang mungkin mudah-mudahan bisa kita menyamakan persepsi. Itu aja dari, entah itu pertanyaan atau pernyataan, saya serahkan. Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Terima kasih banyak Pak Kurdiana untuk pertanyaannya. So, Pak Kurdiana has already told that he's trying to understand about mental health, especially in school. And he take a focus on difference between soul, spirit, and body because he have learned about only soul and spirit, but now you have mentioned 3 kind of them, soul, spirit, and body, and he wants you to explain more about the difference between these 3 of things, soul, spirit, and body.
Okay, so you want to explain difference between the 3 of them?
Yes.
Thank you. I'll go back to the diagram. Thank you so much for that question. So let's have a look at the diagram. if you look at this diagram, okay, so the spirit is a part of man that is eternal, okay, is a part of man that is eternal and is the real self. That is the whole essence of who we are. So it is the immaterial, eternal part of us that is connected to God. See that? We relate God by the Spirit. And through the Spirit, we have our God consciousness. We have our spiritual consciousness. Now, the soul is the seat of the mind, okay? The soul is the seat of our emotion and where our ability to make choices reside. So we make choice, our power of will, what we call a willpower, the ability to make choices. Now, if you think, if you are quiet and you are alone, if you just do one thing, just observe your thought. If you are quiet, you are meditating, you are in a meditative attitude. And if you observe your thought, you will see that there is a part of you that becomes the observer. You are thinking about your thinking, and that's what's called metacognition. So humans are the only species of creation that has the ability to think about our thinking. Okay. That is metacognition. Now, you see that when you're observing your thought, you can observe that. Now, the question is, who is that observer that is observing that thought? That is your spirit. And that your spirit is your real self. Now, your body is where your material existence. So your body is what gives you the legal right to exist on the planet. Because when you die, your spirit and your soul leave the body, and then we have a lifeless body lying on the ground. Okay, so what gives you life is your spirit and your soul, and your soul is what gives you the ability to be conscious about your body and your spirit. So the soul is a seat of consciousness. It is where you become psychologically conscious of yourself. And that is the foundation of mental health, because your mental health resides in your mind. Your mental health is attached to emotion. Your mental health is attached to ability to make choices. And all these elements, the mind, the emotion, and the will, they reside in the soul, okay? And then your body is a connection with your environment and how you relate with your physiological self. And that gives you your material consciousness or the world consciousness. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for Prof. Esan. So, tadi untuk Prof. Esan menjawab pertanyaannya adalah, memang ada perbedaan dari soul, spirit, dan body ini. Dimulai dari hubungannya dulu. Nah, hubungannya kalau soul ini lebih berhubungan kepada other gitu, kepada orang lain, misalnya kemampuan kita untuk mengambil keputusan. Lalu kalau misalnya spirit itu lebih ke hubungan kita terhadap Tuhan. Jadi consciousnya atau kesadarannya itu lebih ke menuju bagaimana hubungan kita dengan Tuhan. Lalu kalau body itu lebih ke hubungan kita dengan environment, dengan lingkungan, dengan dunia. Jadi perbedaannya ada di kapan kita akan release dan relate hal itu gitu. Baik kalau misalnya soul juga lagi untuk soul itu ke other atau ke orang lain. Lalu kalau spirit itu ke God, ke Tuhannya. Lalu kalau body itu kepada environment atau kepada dunia gitu ya. Karena ketika nanti kita meninggal, itu our soul kita dan spiritual kita juga itu akan meninggalkan body kita. So that is what is left for the world gitu. Oke, untuk pertanyaannya mungkin sudah terjawab ya untuk Bapak tadi, Bapak Kadina. Selanjutnya kepada Ibu Yeni Febriani, dipersilakan.
Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam, Ibu.
Yeah, thank you for the time. Mungkin mau pakai bahasa Indonesia aja ya, Pak. Jadi tadi kalau misalnya nggak salah dengar, sorry Mister, our spiritual spirit itu berhubungan erat dengan mental health. If our spiritual is good, so we have a good mental health like that. Seperti ini, misalnya kita memiliki spiritual yang bagus, maka kita memiliki mental yang sehat juga seperti itu. Nah, di sini yang ingin saya tanyakan yaitu what is the strategy? Apa strateginya untuk kita memiliki mental health yang kadang kan kita naik turun ya spiritualnya, kadang up, kadang down in the spiritual. So, bagaimana kita biar kita stabil dan bagaimana caranya untuk memberikan strategi itu juga kepada siswa kita, karena siswa kita juga mungkin masalah yang terjadi pada dirinya adalah karena dia memiliki gangguan pada mentalnya gitu, atau spiritualnya dalam keadaan yang sedang down seperti itu. Terima kasih sebelumnya. Assalamualaikum.
Okay, Waalaikumsalam. Terima kasih banyak Ibu ini. So for the question number 2, you have mentioned that spiritual spirit have a relation with mental health, so that if someone has a really good spiritual, then they will have a really good mental health too. So the question is, what is the strategy to have a good mental health which is stabilized based on its spiritual condition too, and how to deliver it to the students?
Thank you for that question. Now, the same way we develop our physical health, okay, by investing into good diet, exercise, okay, in the same way we develop our spiritual health. So, and spiritual health is also a developmental process, okay, and people have different practices that enhances your development of spiritual health. I will go back to that diagram. Okay, if you look at this diagram again, with your spirit, you are able to communicate and relate with God, and this is where you communion. Now, your communion, which is part of your daily routine. So what we're saying is that a strategy is to encourage an individual, the client, the student, to start looking at their religious, ritualistic communion with God as part of their spiritual health development. That is, through prayer, organized religion, whatever you do that is relating to your connection with God, it should be routine, okay? Meditation, prayer, fasting, reading of the Quran, all these are activities that develop your spiritual health. The more you invest time into that, that is the strategy for developing your spiritual health. And that gives you the therapeutic process whereby you have a stabilized mental health and sound mental health by developing your spiritual connection with God. Thank you.
Baik, terima kasih banyak. Jadi untuk jawabannya itu adalah kita perlu mengencourage dulu, harus merangkul student untuk mulai melihat, menghubungkan dari Tuhan, bahwa Tuhan itu memiliki bagian dari perkembangan spiritual setiap orang. Ajak siswa untuk aktif dalam mengembangkan spiritual spiritnya gitu. Mulai dari tadi ada dicontohkan berpuasa, sholat, jadi mereka memiliki connection dengan Tuhan yang lebih baik. Nah, maka dari itu ketika mereka sudah memiliki connection dengan Tuhan yang lebih baik lagi, mereka membawa Tuhan sebagai bagian dari hidupnya, nanti itu pun akan berpengaruh terhadap kondisi mental siswa tersebut. Baik, selanjutnya selanjutnya ini ada pertanyaan. There is a question from the chat section from Mr. Supriyono. So, permission to ask Prof. Esan. According to the presentation of material from Prof, that the psychology consists of emotion and others. Is there any difference between spiritual psychology and ESQ, which is broadly the same definition as spiritual psychology? So, untuk pertanyaannya itu meminta perbedaan di antara psikologi spiritual dengan emotional, dengan ESQ itu berarti quotient dari spiritual ya, emotional spiritual quotient. So the question is that the difference between spiritual psychology and ESQ.
Okay, I think the last part. Difference between spiritual psychology and what?
What is it? Sorry, the connection is too bad.
Okay, sorry, I can't. The question is not clear. So you are asking what is the connection between spiritual psychology and what?
What is the difference between spiritual psychology and ESQ? ESQ is emotional spiritual quotient.
Oh, of course. The difference, they are both fundamentally based on the spiritual identity. Okay, and it's because let me show you the picture again. When you talk about emotion, if you look at this emotion, the emotion lies in the soul. And if you look at this arrow, watch this, this arrow, the spirit influences the soul, emotion, and the emotion also influences the spirit. So spiritual psychology is basically based on my spirit impacting my soul, okay, and also having impact on my body. If you look at this arrow, there is an interchange of influence between my soul and my body, and my emotion is in my soul. Do you see that? And so the spiritual psychology gives you the ability to influence the soul and also influence the body, whereby it also empowers you to be spiritually conscious of your feeling. And this is where ESQ comes in, to be conscious of your feeling. So we can say that when I'm spiritually alert and I'm sound and I have my spiritual God consciousness, I can well manage and monitor my emotion. That is the basic difference there. I can manage my emotion because I am spiritually alert. I'm more alert and I'm more aware of my emotions.
Oke, thank you. Jadi masih parafrase gitu ya dari pertanyaan sebelumnya mengenai hubungan dari soul and spirit itself gitu. Jadi kalau misalnya untuk perbedaannya kita harus kembali lagi bahwa circle yang tadi sudah digambarkan mulai dari soul, spirit, and body itu menjadi dasar dari perbedaan dari kondisi psikologi spiritual dengan emotional spiritual quotient. Nah, tapi mungkin we need more explanation about emotional spiritual quotient itself gitu, karena emotional spiritual quotient is a quotient is how we measure someone's emotional spiritual, so that he wants to know the difference between spiritual psychology and emotional spiritual quotient. So that is a measurement of emotional spiritual quotient. Can you explain more about the difference between those two things?
Okay, because when you look, thank you for the question. The measurement, one thing about transpersonal psychology, spiritual psychology, is that you cannot quantify your spirituality using positivist approach, okay, to the knowledge, okay. In essence, when you look at spirituality, it cannot be measured. Yeah, it can't be measured because it's a subjective reality that you cannot be quantified. It is purely a subjective epistemology, okay. It is not quantified. When you begin to quantify that, that means you have reduced it to materialism, and that's what we call spiritual materialism. So spirituality cannot be quantified with number, and it cannot be measured because it is subjective reality. Thank you.
Oke, terima kasih banyak. Jadi untuk menegaskan pertanyaan yang tadi ya, bahwa menurut Profesor Esan itu bahwa emotional spiritual it can be measured, itu kita nggak bisa mengukur spiritualitas seseorang gitu. Jadi dua hal tersebut memang sangat berbeda dari psikologi spiritual dengan ESQ yang tadi. Okay, there is one last question. Ini ada pertanyaan dari Rizky Maulita. Are trust issues a part of mental health? Where did the trust issues come from? Whether from soul, spirit, or body? How to fix it? Because in some cases, including my own experiences, people with trust issues have a very hard time building relationship with others because we often have a negative perspective on other people. How can we trust other again? And can we build relationship with other people well?
Okay, thank you. Number one, I'm going to answer that question from transpersonal perspective, okay? If you have the transpersonal awareness that you are a spirit, the question is, your trust will be placed in Almighty Allah, okay? Because that trust that is placed in Almighty Allah gives you the resources to relate with people. Now, people will disappoint you, is part of life. Are you getting my point? People will disappoint you, is part of life. We cannot control how people relate with us. But we know through our faith, our belief system, which becomes the basis of our trust, trusting in the forgiveness, the blessing, the peace of Allah that breaks into your soul, that is what we teach in transpersonal perspective, is the foundation of trust. I cannot put my trust in human because they are not perfect, okay? They are also subject to destruction, okay? So what happened is that if my faith is in my spirituality, which is my connection with God, that is the source of my trust. And that helps me to forgive, okay? I cannot forgive without spiritual connection with Allah. That's it.
Okay, great. Untuk jawabannya dari pertanyaan Rizky Maulita tadi adalah kita harus menempatkan kepercayaan kita itu pada Allah. Jadi ketika seseorang mengecewakan kita, itu berada di luar kontrol kita gitu. Jadi karena kita percaya sama Allah, apapun yang terjadi pada diri kita, meskipun itu menyakitkan, mengecewakan, kita harus percaya bahwa memang ada maksudnya. Tuhan memberikan itu kepada kita supaya dengan maksud tertentu gitu. Jadi kembali lagi kita harus menempatkan semua percaya kita kepada Allah, jangan menempatkan kepercayaan pada manusia karena manusia itu tidak sempurna. Begitu. Okay, that is all for the question and answer session. Karena pertanyaannya ada sangat banyak, jadi mungkin nanti bisa kita adakan lagi ya acara serupa untuk memberikan lebih banyak lagi kesempatan untuk bertanya kepada Prof. Esan. Okay, again, I'm about to conclude what Prof. Esan already explained. Starting from, he already explained about the definition about mental health, that mental health encompasses emotional, psychological, and social well-being. Mental illness can also affect individual things, feel, and behave or act. And transpersonal psychology is integrating spiritual and transcendent aspect of the human experience. And there's one question that keep rhyming in my head during all the presentation from Prof. Esan is, do you know there is a reason of your existence? I think I'm going to start questioning it to myself so I can know what is the reason of my existence. I think that is all for me. I would like to say sorry if there's any mistake by words and action during all me being the moderator of this event. Thank you, and we're heading back to the Master of Ceremony.
All right. Thank you, Professor Oluwafemi Esan, for the interesting talk, and Ms. Alhamdulillah to have moderated the session. As a token of appreciation to your contribution as guest speaker, we will issue a certificate of appreciation. Here's the certificate issued by Magister Program in Guidance and Counseling, Faculty of Education Science, Universitas Pendidikan, Indonesia. Thank you, Professor, for being the guest speaker. See you next time.
Thank you, Professor.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, all right. Now we are having a photo session. Please turn on your camera for all participants.
Pada para peserta seminar dimohon untuk mengaktifkan kamera karena kita akan melaksanakan sesi foto bersama. Dan silakan siapkan pose terbaik Anda. Oke, kita mulai dari slide pertama. Oke, silakan kepada para peserta untuk mengaktifkan kameranya karena kita akan melaksanakan sesi foto bersama. semuanya? Okay, ready? 1, 2, 3, pause. Okay. Next.
Next slide.
Okay, next slide. Ready?
1, 2. Okay, hold on. All right, 3.
Okay, good. Next slide. Okay.
Okay.
Ready? 1,
2,
3. Pause.
All right.
All right.
Next slide.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, that's done. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are now having a break session. We will have Dr. Ipah Saripah as the next speaker, and followed by panel session start at 1 p.m. Please do it on time. The participants may either stay online or leave the meeting. However, for those who will leave the meeting, we require you to join again the event at 1 p.m. Western Indonesian time using the Zoom link provided by the committee.
Hadirin peserta seminar, kita telah memasuki waktu istirahat. Kepada para peserta diharapkan untuk tidak meninggalkan ruangan Zoom. Silahkan untuk menonaktifkan kameranya terlebih dahulu, dan apabila Anda harus keluar dari ruangan Zoom, dimohon kembali lagi pada pukul 13 waktu Indonesia Barat. Dan sekali lagi kami ingatkan untuk dapat hadir akan diberikan pada sesi terakhir saat kegiatan akan ditutup, dan sertifikat akan diinfokan kembali oleh panitia di grup WhatsApp yang telah tersedia. Dan kepada pemenang kuis dipersilahkan untuk kembali menghubungi panitia acara. Sekali lagi, nanti pada pukul 1 waktu Indonesia Barat kita akan kembali memulai kegiatan kita, dan dimohon apabila Bapak Ibu peserta keluar dari ruangan Zoom untuk kembali lagi dengan menggunakan link yang sama. Terima kasih dan sampai jumpa di sesi selanjutnya.
Okay.
Welcome to Undergraduate Program in Guidance and Counseling, Faculty of Educational Sciences, Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. I'm Ipah Saripah, Head of the Program.
Guidance and counseling is an unseparable part of education, which is provide a solution in order to achieve optimal student development. I'm Eka Saktiuda, Secretary of the program.
The undergraduate program in guidance and counseling was established in 1964 when IKIP Bandung was founded and offered undergraduate and postgraduate programs. In 1979, the program opened diploma and bachelor programs. Starting with the postdoctoral education institution program in 1980, the program also offered master and doctoral program for public. The program's vision is to be a pioneer and excellence in the science, technology, and arts of guidance and counseling in the Southeast Asia in 2025. In order to realize this vision, the program has formulated some missions. These include organizing high-quality academic and professional education to produce globally competitive guidance and counseling teachers or counselors. Conducting research for the development of innovative disciplines, science and technology, and their applications to strengthen academic culture and policy making and to improve the quality of guidance and counseling practice. Organizing professional community services to participate in solving national problems, particularly in the field of counseling and generally in humanitarian services. Establishing a network of cooperation with professional institutions and organizations at the national, regional, and international levels in order to gain recognition in the Southeast Asia region. In 2018, the program had an A accreditation grade from the Board of National Accreditation for Higher Education. To ensure the standard quality in the implementation of the program, since 2014, the program has been awarded a certificate from ISO 9001-2015. This has some implications for the implementation of online management systems in various sectors, such as finance, student affairs, academic systems, monitoring of learning processes, academic guidance processes, and lectures. The program is supported by 32 teaching staff, with 7 of them are professors. The head of the program ensures that all lecturers are equipped with and demonstrate certain competencies mandated by Law No. 14 of 2005, Article 60, which include 1. Implement education, research, and community services. 2. Plan and implement the learning process and assess and evaluate learning outcomes. 3. Improve and develop academic qualifications and competencies on an ongoing basis in line with the development of science, technology, and art. 4. Act objectively and non-discriminatory on the basis of gender, religion, ethnicity, race, certain physical conditions, or socio-economic background of students in learning. 5. Uphold laws, religions, and codes of ethics as well as religious and ethical values. Six, maintain and foster national unity and integrity. The program ranks the second most popular study programs at the Faculty of Educational Sciences in 2020 and the 24th at the university. In 2020, from 2,879 registrants, only 90 new freshmen were accepted, making the ratio of registrants and the new students of 1 to 33. The strictness of the selection can attract quality new students, increasing the competitiveness of prospective students is also in line with the needs of guidance and counseling teachers in schools. The increasing need for guidance and counseling teachers has encouraged several local governments and Ministry of Religion to cooperate with the program. The students in the program come from various backgrounds and ethnicities and even nationalities. These cultural diversities have allowed students to broaden their horizons and experience in communications to promote understanding and show tolerance towards cultural differences. The alumni of the program are not only engaged in the field of education as guidance and counseling teachers, counselors, and principals, but they are also engaged in other fields such as counselors at the National Narcotic Agency, as well as counselors in other government agencies.
Education is my dream, education for afternoon of nation. Etis dik jaya sareng unggul, nanjir di nasa panjang waktu. Edun is my dream, etis dina laku sareng lampa. Jaya tur unggul gawena, nanjir wasta sareng karyana. UPI alma materku, ilmiah juga edukatif, dan religius moto kami, visi leading and outstanding. Alma materku, bersamamu aku mendidik, Bersamamu aku meneliti, bersamamu aku mengabdi. Edun is my dream, education for option of nation. Etis dik jaya sareng unggul, lanjir di nasa panjang waktu. Upi Edun is my dream, etis dina laku sareng lampah, dik jaya tur unggul gawena, nanjir wasta sareng karyana. Upi alma materku, ilmiah juga edukatif, dan religius moto kami, visi leading and outstanding. Alma materku, bersamamu aku mendidik, bersamamu aku meneliti, bersamamu aku mengabdi. Upi Edun is my dream, education for option of nation. Etis dik jaya sareng unggul, nanjir di nasa panjang waktu. Edun, 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 Edun.
Berbekal cinta sesama, melangkah mengayu cita, himpunan kita wahana daya PPB, itulah bergema, tunjukkan cinta yang luhur, beraktivitas yang jujur, bangun semangat tak pernah mundur, tetap hindari sikap tak kabur, tanamkan rasa alma mater nan bangga, amalkan ilmu untuk nusa dan bangsa, langkah ke depan dalam mengabdi, bimbinglah generasi berbudi, berbekal cinta sesama, melangkah mengayu cita, himpunan kita wahana daya PPB, itulah bergema, tunjukkan cita yang luhur, beraktivitas yang jujur, bangun semangat tak pernah mundur, tetap hindari sikap tak kabur, tanamkan rasa alma mater nan bangga, amalkan ilmu untuk nusa dan bangsa, langkah ke depan dalam mengabdi, bimbinglah generasi berbudi, langkah ke depan dalam mengabdi, bimbinglah generasi berbudi.
Rona indah menatap masa depan, menyambut esok penuh harapan, membuka membuka jalan, meraih tujuan, kuatkan tekad, atasi rintangan, tulus peduli dan menghargai, bina pribadi. Rona indah menatap masa depan, menyambut esok penuh harapan, membuka jalan, meraih tujuan, kuatkan tekad, atasi rintangan, tulus peduli dan menghargai, bina pribadi sepenuh hati, temukan potensi, kembangkan diri, insan mandiri, cerdas dan berbudi. BK laksana secercah cahaya, penerang jiwa melintas cakrawala, berlandas cinta dan cita mulia, baktikan diri pada sesama. Tulus peduli dan menghargai, bina pribadi sepenuh hati, temukan potensi, kembangkan diri, insan mandiri, cerdas dan berbudi. BK laksana secercah cahaya, penerang jiwa melintas cakrawala, berlandas cinta dan cita mulia, baktikan diri pada sesama. BK laksana secercah cahaya, penerang jiwa melintas cakrawala, berlandas cinta dan cita mulia, baktikan diri pada sesama. Baktikan diri pada sesama. Rona indah menatap masa depan, menyambut esok penuh harapan, jalan meraih tujuan, kuatkan tekad atasi rintangan, tulus peduli dan menghargai, bina pribadi sepenuh hati, temukan potensi, kembangkan diri, insan mandiri, cerdas dan berbudi. BK laksana secercah cahaya, penerang jiwa melintas cakrawala, berlandas cinta dan cita mulia, baktikan diri pada sesama. Tulus peduli dan menghargai, bina pribadi sepenuh hati, temukan potensi, kembangkan diri, insan mandiri, cerdas dan berbudi. BK laksana secercah cahaya, penerang jiwa melintas cakrawala, berlandas cinta dan cita mulia, baktikan diri pada sesama. BK laksana secercah cahaya, penerang jiwa melintas cakrawala, berlandas cinta dan cita mulia. Rona indah menatap masa depan, menyambut esok penuh harapan, membuka jalan meraih tujuan, kuatkan tekad atas
Edun is my dream, education for afternoon of nation. Etis di jaya sareng unggul, nanjir di nasa panjang waktu. Edun is my dream, etis dina laku sareng lampa, jaya tur unggul gawena, nanjir wasta sareng karyana. Upi alma materku, juga edukatif dan religius moto kami, visi leading and outstanding. UPI alma materku, bersamamu aku mendidik, bersamamu aku meneliti, bersamamu aku mengabdi. Edun is my dream, education for upturn of nation. Etisdik jaya sareng unggul, lanjir di masa panjang waktu. UPI Edun is my dream, etis dina laku sareng lampah, dijaya tur unggul gawena, nanjir wasta sareng karyana. UPI alma materku, ilmiah juga edukatif dan religius moto kami, visi leading and outstanding. Alma materku, bersamamu aku mendidik, bersamamu aku meneliti, bersamamu aku mengabdi. UPI Edun is my dream, education for upturn of nation. Etisdik jaya sareng unggul, nanjir di masa panjang waktu. Edun, 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 Edun. Edun is my dream, education for upturn of nation. Etisdik jaya sareng unggul, nanjir di masa panjang waktu. UPI Edun is my dream, etis dina laku sareng lampah, jaya tur unggul gawena, nanjir wasta sareng karyana. UPI alma materku, ilmiah juga edukatif dan religius moto kami, visi leading and outstanding. Alma materku, bersamamu aku mendidik, bersamamu aku meneliti, bersamamu aku mengabdi. Edun is my dream, education for upturn of nation. Etisdik
berbekal cinta sesama.
Isi mau gitu. Oh, ini pedesnya ya, Mambang. Itu made in aku.
Indah menatap masa depan, menyambut esok penuh harapan, membuka jalan, meraih tujuan, kuatkan tekad atasi rintangan, tulus peduli dan menghargai, bina pribadi sepenuh hati, temukan potensi, kembangkan diri, insan mandiri, cerdas dan berbudi. BK laksana secercah cahaya, penerang jiwa melintas cakrawala, berlandas cinta dan cita mulia, baktikan diri pada sesama. Tulus peduli dan menghargai, bina pribadi sepenuh hati, temukan potensi, kembangkan diri, insan mandiri, cerdas dan berbudi. BK laksana secercah cahaya, penerang jiwa melintas cakrawala, berlandas cinta dan cita mulia, baktikan diri pada sesama. BK laksana secercah cahaya, penerang jiwa melintas cakrawala, berlandas cinta dan cita mulia, baktikan diri pada sesama. Baktikan diri pada sesama.
Berbekal cinta sesama, melangkah mengayuh cita, rasa alma mater nan bangga, amalkan ilmu untuk nusa dan bangsa. Langkah ke depan dalam mengabdi, bimbinglah generasi berbudi. Langkah ke depan dalam mengabdi, bimbinglah generasi berbudi.
Edun is my dream, education for upturn of nation. Etis di jaya sareng unggul, nanjer di nasa panjang waktu. Upi Edun is my dream, etis dina laku sareng lampah. Jaya tur unggul gawena, nanjer wasta sareng karyana. Upi alma materku, ilmiah juga edukatif, dan religius moto kami, visi leading and outstanding. Alma materku, bersamamu aku mendidik, bersamamu aku meneliti, bersamamu aku mengabdi. Edun is my dream, education for upturn of nation. Etis dik jaya sareng unggul, nanjer di nasa panjang waktu. Upi Edun is my dream, etis dina laku sareng lampah. Dik jaya tur unggul gawena, nanjer wasta sareng karyana. Upi alma materku, ilmiah juga edukatif, dan religius moto kami, visi leading and outstanding. Alma materku, bersamamu aku mendidik, bersamamu aku meneliti, bersamamu aku mengabdi. Upi Edun is my dream, education for upturn of nation. Etis dik jaya sareng unggul, nanjer di nasa panjang waktu. Edun, 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 Edun.
Welcome to Undergraduate Program in Guidance and Counseling, Faculty of Educational Sciences, Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. I'm Ipah Saripah, Head of the program.
Guidance and counseling is an inseparable part of education, which is provide a solution in order to achieve optimal student development. I'm Eka Saktiyuda, Secretary of the program.
The undergraduate program in Guidance and Counseling was established in 1964 when IKIP Bandung was founded and offered undergraduate and postgraduate programs. In 1979, the program opened diploma and bachelor programs. Starting with the postdoctoral education institution program in 1980, the program also offered master and doctoral program for public. The program's vision is to be a pioneer and excellence in the science, technology, and arts of guidance and counseling in the Southeast Asia in 2025. In order to realize this vision, the program has formulated some missions. These include organizing high-quality academic and professional education to produce globally competitive guidance and counseling teachers or counselors. Conducting research for the development of innovative disciplines, science and technology, and their applications to strengthen academic culture and policy making and to improve the quality of guidance and counseling practice. Organizing professional community services to participate in solving national problems, particularly in the field of counseling and generally in humanitarian services. Establishing a network of cooperation with professional institutions and organizations at the national, regional, and international levels in order to gain recognition in the Southeast Asia region. In 2018, the program had an A accreditation grade from the Board of National Accreditation for Higher Education. To ensure the standard quality in the implementation of the program, since 2014, the program has been awarded a certificate from ISO 9001-2015. This has some implications for the implementation of online management systems in various sectors, such as finance, student affairs, academic systems, monitoring of learning processes, academic guidance processes, and lectures. The program is supported by 32 teaching staff, with 7 of them are professors. The head of the program ensures that all lecturers are equipped with and demonstrate certain competencies mandated by Law No. 14 of 2005, Article 60, which include 1. Implement education, research, and community services. 2. Plan and implement the learning process and assess and evaluate learning outcomes. 3. improve and develop academic qualifications and competencies on an ongoing basis in line with the development of science, technology, and art. 4. Act objectively and non-discriminatory on the basis of gender, religion, ethnicity, race, certain physical conditions, or socio-economic background of students in learning. 5. Uphold laws, religions, and codes of ethics, as well as religious and ethical values. 6. Maintain and foster national unity and integrity. The program ranks the second most popular study programs at the Faculty of Educational Sciences in 2020 and the 24th at the university. In 2020, from 2,879 registrants, only 90 new freshmen were accepted, making the ratio of registrants and the new students of 1 to 33. The strictness of the selection can attract quality new students, increasing the competitiveness of prospective students is also in line with the needs of guidance and counseling teachers in schools. The increasing need for guidance and counseling teachers has encouraged several local governments and Ministry of Religion to cooperate with the program. The students in the program come from various backgrounds and ethnicities and even nationalities. These cultural diversities have allowed students to broaden their horizons and experience in communications to promote understanding and show tolerance towards cultural differences. The alumni of the program are not only engaged in the field of education as guidance and counseling teachers, counselors, and principals, but they are also engaged in other fields such as counselors at the National Narcotic Agency, as well as counselors in other government agencies.
Education is my dream, education for upturn of nation. Etis dik jaya sareng unggul, nanjer di sepanjang waktu. Edun is my dream. Etis dina laku sareng lampa. Digjaya tur unggul gawena. Nanjer wasta sareng karyana. Upi alma materku. Ilmiah juga edukatif. Dan religius moto kami, visi leading and outstanding. UPI alma materku, bersamamu aku mendidik, bersamamu aku meneliti, bersamamu aku mengabdi. Edun is my dream. Education for upturn of nation. Etis digjaya sareng unggul. Nanjer di nasa panjang waktu. Upi Edun is my dream. Etis dina laku sareng lampah. Digjaya tur unggul gawena. Nanjer wasta sareng karyana. Upi alma materku, ilmiah juga edukatif, dan religius moto kami, visi leading and outstanding. Upi alma materku, bersamamu aku mendidik, bersamamu aku meneliti, bersamamu aku mengabdi. UPI Edun is my dream. Education for upturn of nation. Etis digjaya sareng unggul. Nanjer di nasa panjang waktu. Edun, 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 Edun.
Berbekal cinta sesama, melangkah mengayuh cita, himpunan kita wahana daya PPB, itulah bergema, tunjukkan cinta yang luhur, beraktivitas yang jujur, bangun semangat tak pernah mundur, tetap hindari berbudi. Langkah ke depan dalam mengabdi, bimbinglah generasi berbudi.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Sebelum sesi selanjutnya dimulai, kita akan mengadakan kuis yang hadiahnya tidak kalah menarik nih dari sesi sebelumnya. Untuk itu nanti setelah pertanyaan dibacakan, kalian bisa raise hand terlebih dahulu untuk menjawab pertanyaan ya. Oke, disiapkan raise hand-nya karena saya akan mulai membacakan pertanyaannya. Oke, pertanyaannya sangat mudah sekali. Siapa nama pemateri yang berasal dari Brunei Darussalam? Silakan raise hand-nya.
Pada Bapak Ibu hadirin, oke, sudah ada yang raise hand, yaitu Ibu Nisa dari SMA 2. Mohon dibantu. Silakan Ibu.
Pemateri dari Brunei Darussalam ya?
Ya, sebelumnya boleh disampaikan asal dan kesan dan pesan mengikuti acara ini.
Ya, saya Nisa dari SMA 2 Bekasi. Saya sangat senang mengikuti seminar internasional ini karena pematerinya dari banyak negara ya, dari Brunei, dari London juga gitu kan, terus dari Indonesia sendiri gitu. Dan hal ini membantu saya untuk mengembangkan kompetensi diri saya sebagai guru BK gitu di SMA. Ya.
Oke, bagaimana dengan jawabannya?
Dr. Hajah Nur Zaiham Midawati.
Oke, jawabannya betul. Selamat kepada Ibu Nisa. Untuk pemenangnya.
Terima kasih.
Untuk pemenangnya silakan menghubungi panitia yang ada di grup WhatsApp ya.
Iya, terima kasih.
Ya, baik. Selanjutnya,
bagaimana Bapak Ibu tadi setelah brief, apakah sudah matang atau tidak sabar nih ingin mengikuti kegiatan selanjutnya? Bagaimana Bapak Ibu, sudah tidak sabar? Oke, baik. Saat lagi kita akan memulai kegiatan dengan pemateri selanjutnya yang tak kalah luar biasa ya, Sylvia.
Iya, berikutnya ada Bunda Ipah Saripah yang akan dimoderatori oleh Adinda.
Nah, sebelum itu boleh nih kita sapa-sapa dulu peserta-peserta yang sudah mengikuti seminar International Guidance and Counseling tahun 2022. Oke, Silmi, boleh ditunjuk kira-kira siapa nih yang akan memperkenalkan diri kembali dan juga memberikan kesan-kesan mengenai kegiatan pada hari ini. Silakan Silmi.
Oke, baiklah. Untuk peserta Tubagus Chandra, halo, dari SMKN 1.
Boleh Bapak suaranya di-unmute? Bapak Tubagus Chandra, halo. Oke, sepertinya ada kendala ya Silmi ya.
Oke, baiklah. Kita cari yang lain ya.
Oke, siapa tuh Silmi?
Bagaimana dengan Bapak Yoga dari SMKN 1 Bino?
Halo Bapak Yoga, selamat siang.
Halo, selamat siang.
Apa kabar Bapak? Sehat?
Mohon maaf, koneksinya putus-putus gimana?
Oke, apakah suara saya terdengar jelas?
Oh ya, sudah jelas.
Bapak boleh perkenalkan dirinya, berasal dari mana, pekerjaannya?
Oke, baik, perkenalkan, nama saya Yoga. Saya guru BK dari SMK 1 Binong.
Binong ya Pak.
Baik. Bagaimana kesan dan pesan mengikuti ISGC pada tahun ini?
Saya sangat senang sekali mengikuti seminar internasional kali ini karena di dalamnya saya juga bisa open-minded terkait dengan kondisi dan karakteristik siswa saat ini, yang mana pasca pandemi ini memang banyak banget tantangannya, baik dari segi sosial, pribadi, belajar, maupun karir. Ini yang jadi tugas guru BK, mungkin semuanya, masing-masing daerah pasti punya karakteristik permasalahan yang berbeda tentunya. Dan ini yang menjadikan guru BK harus inovatif, kreatif, serta mencari segala solusi yang bisa bukan hanya diterapkan untuk satu karakter saja, tapi berbagai macam karakter itu penting sekali. Jadi ini adalah membuka pandangan saya bahwa jalan-jalan untuk menyelesaikan atau menjadikan solusi dari permasalahan para siswa-siswi di sekolah menjadi lebih lebih terbaharui gitu pasca pandemi ini. Demikian.
Baik, terima kasih Bapak.
Terima kasih atas kesan dan pesan yang telah disampaikan. Selanjutnya,
boleh nih satu lagi nih dari ibu-ibunya, coba Teh Helmi, silakan. Sembari menunggu peserta lain ya, silakan. Coba Teh Helmi.
Bagaimana peserta Siti Kurnia SMP GAS Bandung?
Silakan Ibu Siti Kurnia, boleh di-unmute. Oke, sepertinya ada kendala ya. Iya. Teh Helmi boleh deh. Siapa lagi nih? Kira-kira yang mau memperkenalkan dirinya dan memberikan pesan-pesan mengenai kegiatan SGC tahun ini. Oke, siapa ya? Selmi ya?
Bagaimana dengan Ibu Tuti?
Oke, Ibu Tuti. Halo, selamat siang. Hai, oke. Seperti sedang sibuk sekali ya Ibu Tuti ya. Gak apa-apa. Kalau gitu, baik terakhir nih. Semoga yang peserta kali ini mau memperkenalkan dirinya dan memberikan pesan-pesan mengenai kegiatan di SGC tahun ini. Kepada Ibu Hastuti dari SMK 1, halo. Ibu Hastuti, boleh di-unmute Ibu? Halo Ibu, selamat siang. Ibu boleh perkenalkan dirinya dari mana dan asal pekerjaannya di mana? Baik. Oh iya, mohon maaf Ibu, mungkin boleh di-unmute terlebih dahulu. Oke, sepertinya ada jaringan yang bermasalah lagi ya. Iya. Oke, dan mungkin cukup satu saja ya, Silmi ya, untuk kesan-pesan dan pengenalan mengenai kegiatan di SGC ini. Langsung saja kita masuki acara inti.
Baik, kita akan mulai ke sesi selanjutnya. Welcome back to all the participants of ISGC 2022. Now, we will continue to the next session. Next session is from Dr. Ipah Saripah and will be hosted by Ms. Hadinda Putih.
Sesi selanjutnya adalah pematerian oleh Dr. Ipah Saripah yang akan dipandu oleh moderator kita untuk sesi ini, yaitu Saudari Hadinda Putih. Kepadanya, disilakan.
Baik, bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Mohon maaf rekan-rekan semuanya, apakah suara saya terdengar dengan jelas?
Dengar Teh.
Terdengar. Baik, terima kasih. Mohon maaf sebelumnya karena kondisi sedang hujan sangat deras. Semoga tidak menghalangi keberlangsungan acara ini. Alhamdulillahirrahmanirrahim. Pada kesempatan kali ini kita akan masuk ke sesi selanjutnya, yaitu pematerian dengan pemateri yang sangat luar biasa, yaitu dengan Ibu Dr. Ipah Saripah M.Pd yang akan menjelaskan mengenai Adolescent Resilience in the Era of Disruption. Baik, sebelumnya izinkan saya untuk membacakan CV dari pemateri kita yang luar biasa kali ini. Beliau bernama Ipah Saripah dengan gelar akademik Dr. Ipah Saripah M.Pd, lahir di Bandung pada tanggal 14 Oktober tahun 1977. Beliau memperoleh gelar sarjana, magister, dan doktor pada program studi bimbingan dan konseling di Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. Sejak tahun 2001, beliau sudah menjadi dosen di Departemen Psikologi Pendidikan dan Bimbingan. Saat ini, beliau diamanati sebagai Ketua Program Studi S1 Bimbingan dan Konseling Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. Selain di UPI, beliau juga mengajar di Pusdikmin Polri dan Sesko AU, serta pernah menjadi konsultan di beberapa institusi pendidikan swasta. Beliau telah menulis beberapa artikel yang diterbitkan di jurnal nasional dan juga jurnal internasional terakreditasi dan terindeks Scopus pada topik bullying, pendidikan anak usia dini dan remaja, identitas profesional guru, dan juga pedagogi perdamaian. Beliau menulis buku dengan judul Etika Guru, Etika Pergaulan Remaja, kemudian buku dengan judul Permasalahan Anak dan Remaja serta Solusinya. Di samping itu, beliau telah melakukan kunjungan akademik ke Finlandia dan juga Jepang untuk tujuan meneliti identitas profesional guru dan pedagogi perdamaian. Nah, Bunda Ipah ini dapat dihubungi melalui email ipah_bk@upi.edu atau juga email bundaipah@gmail.com. Instagram beliau juga cukup aktif di Instagram, beliau dapat dihubungi melalui @bundaipah_. Dan untuk nomor kontak beliau bisa dihubungi melalui 081224 50903. Baik, mari kita sambut kematian kita yang luar biasa. Assalamualaikum Bunda.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, Teh Adinda.
Iya Bunda, sehat Bun?
Alhamdulillah sehat.
Baik, silakan Bunda. Sepertinya rekan-rekan sekalian sudah tidak sabar mendengar pemaparan yang akan disampaikan terkait resiliensi remaja ya Bu di era disrupsi. Silakan Bunda.
Oke, terima kasih Teh Adinda selaku moderator atas kesempatannya. And I would like to say in English, ya, walaupun mungkin nanti campur-campur saja ya. Ya, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Ya, good afternoon, selamat siang, and peace for all of us. His Excellency Deputy Dean of Academic Affairs on behalf Dean of Faculty of Educational Sciences, Head of the Master and Doctoral Study Program in Guidance and Counseling, the honorable speakers, Professor Syamsu Yusuf, Professor Oluwafemi Esan, Dr. Zaiham Midawati, honorable lecturers and guests, all the committee, and all of the audience I'm proud of. I would like to say thank you for coming in my presentation. It's very great to see you all, even though virtually through the Zoom meeting. Okay, dear ladies and gentlemen, we have heard amazing presentation from the previous speakers, and as the last speaker, complementing what has been presented by the previous speakers, allow me to share some ideas under the title Adolescent Resilience in the Era of Disruption. And I need operator's help to show my slides, please. Baik, mohon bantuan dari operator untuk dapat menayangkan slide saya. Ya, oke. So this is the title, Adolescent Resilience in the Era of Disruption. Okay, so this is the title of my presentation, Adolescent Resilient in the Era of Disruption. Honorable audience, I usually start my presentation with a quote that is relevant to the topic, and it says, next slide please, adolescent can be battle of turmoil and turbulence of stress and storm. This quote, I think, leads us to realize that in adolescence, individuals go through many new challenges in their lives that can make them stressful, and they need encouragement from many people, including us as teachers, to help and understand them. Okay, next slide. So this is the agenda that we will discuss. First, about the nature of adolescence, including concept about adolescence and developmental tasks of adolescents. Second, adolescent in the era of disruption. We will talk about overview of the disruption era itself. And the third is vulnerability of adolescent in the disruption era. It's all about relation between disruption era and adolescent. And the last one is how to build adolescent resilience in the era of disruption. Okay, next slide. Before we talk about the era of disruption, we need to know about who is adolescent as an introduction to our discussion. There are many versions about definition of adolescent. Next slide. I will quote two of that. First is from World Health Organization version that say that adolescents are individuals who are in the period of transition between childhood and adulthood, usually 12 until 24 years. And the second one is from Indonesia Health Ministry version, which say that adolescents are individuals who are 10 until 19 years old and unmarried. So based on Indonesia Health Ministry, marital status does matter to categorize individual as adolescent. Next slide. Furthermore, the meaning of adolescent also varies. Yeah, the most famous, of course, from Harlock, who put forward the meaning of adolescent as follows. As we can see and understand that the meaning of adolescent based on Harlock's theory are the important period of life, the transition period, the periods of change in life, period of self-discovery, self-determination, and time toward adulthood. I think I don't need to explain about it further. And next slide. Yeah, we also know there are a concept called the Adolescent Developmental Task proposed by Havigers as follows: to achieve new and more mature relation with peers of both sexes, adopting socially approved masculine or feminine adult roles, to accept their acquired physique and use their body effectively, to achieve emotional independence, preparing for an academic career. Next. Adolescent developmental task continue. Yeah. To select and prepare for an occupation, develop personal attitude toward marriage and family living, adjust to new intellectual abilities, and to accept and adopt socially responsible behavior. And the last is to acquire a set of standards as a guide to behavior. Okay, honorable audience, now we move to the second topic, adolescent in the disruption era. Next slide. Okay. Next slide. Next. The era of disruption is also as the time when industrial revolution fourth occurred. In this era, technology and society are evolving faster than ever. There are some characteristics of disruption era. The first, development of digital world that is inevitable. Nowadays, it's very difficult for us to get away from technology because technology is very closely to us and helping us in our everyday life. Second, access to communication and information is happening so massively. Today is different from before. Every day we consume a lot of information. Information can be accessed via television or radio, and now we can get information with just one click on the gadget. Likewise, the communication, now almost everyone can communicate easily via telephone or video calls anytime and anywhere. The third, era of innovation in life. This means that in this era full of creativity, there are many new innovations. For example, several years ago, seminar activities had and always been held face-to-face, where participants, committees, and speakers meet in a room. Whereas now we can gather with many people from different places via Zoom, Google Meet, and some similar platforms. Even though both are different, but the essence is still the same. And the fourth, current technology is rapidly shifting old habits. Today's technological innovation have had a lot of influence on our lives, even to the point of changing our culture or habits. In fact, the disappearance of old habits is not a new problem. Old one changing into new ones is how life cycle works. That's why quick adaptation is needed to avoid culture shock. Okay, honorable audience, now we move to overview about the history of disruption era. From first industrial revolution until fourth industrial revolution. First industrial revolution started with using of mechanical production equipment that is driven by water and steam power. Second industrial revolution was marked by mass manufacture and the use of electrical energy. Third industrial revolution based on the use of electronics and IT and marked by automated production. And the fourth industrial revolution based on the use of cyber physical systems and also known as the era of disruption. Next slide. Yeah. Era of disruption means era of technological development, and today's adolescents are born in the era of technological development. They have been familiar with various technologies since they were baby. That's why adolescents nowadays are often referred as digital natives. Internet is so close to them. The internet is often considered as a second home, a place where they are comfortable doing activities, socializing, and expressing their feelings. Let's have a look. How is internet used by adolescents from year by year? Since 2014, internet use among adolescents continues to grow. In 2014, internet use by adolescents is around 80%. 4 years later, which is in 2018, increased rapidly into 91%. And in 2020, it became 96%. I believe that the trend of increasing internet use will continue along the pandemic that requires all online activities. What is actually adolescent activities in the era of disruption? Let's see the comparison between before disruption era and during disruption era. In the aspect of long-distance communication, before disruption era, our communication were limited to the letter or telephone. But in disruption era, we are free through various applications on our smartphone. In the aspect of social media, long time ago, we didn't know anything yet about social media at all. But now there are variety kind of social media such as Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and so on. In the aspect entertainment access, long ago, we are entertained enough by hang out with friends, watching television or live shows. But now our entertainment access are very open by online gaming, free access on video platforms such as YouTube, Netflix, etc. And the last one, in educational access, long ago, we were limited to book and direct learning from teacher. But now we can learn from book, ebook, and online learning. So our learning resources are everywhere, every time, and very borderless. Ladies and gentlemen, now we move to the third topic, the vulnerability of adolescents in the era of disruption. Let's talk about how disruption era affect adolescents. along with the massive activities in disruption era, makes the adolescents are also vulnerable. What is vulnerability? I think the slide is before this. Okay, so the vulnerable is more or less same with fragile. In this term, vulnerable is a condition of adolescents that are easily collapse, damaged, and not resilient. Okay, next. There are some risks of adolescence in the disruption era because teenagers are too comfortable with their own world now without realizing there are many obstacles they may experience, both physically, socially, emotionally, and others. Psychologically, in the era of disruption, teenagers vulnerable to experience negative self-concept, negative self-esteem, identity confusion, and imitation or identification. During the era of disruption, teenagers spend a lot of time with social media. Whatever response teenagers get will shape their self-concept. In the response, if the response are bad or negative, then negative self-concept is likely occur to them. Likewise with self-esteem, adolescents who get view likes and negative comments in social media will make them feel bad, disliked, and unappreciated, so they may have negative self-esteem. Next one is identity confusion. Adolescents who lack of recognition and support from others, especially on social media, may experience identity confusion. They cannot decide who they are or what they believe in. Another one is imitation and identification. Social media is a reference for teenagers in finding their identity. They will follow their idolized figure on social media. They will imitate everything their idol displays on social media. And this will be risky if the idolized figure has values that are not in line with the values held in the environment around teenagers. Okay, and another risks are bullying or cyberbullying. Various facts show that since adolescents are more involved in the use of social media, the risk of this adolescent experiencing cyberbullying increase, both in the form of ridicule, malicious nicknames, hate speech, body shamings, and others, all of which are done through social media. Next, exposure to pornography and violence. Teenagers today can very easily find pornographic and violent content, even if they don't intend to open it. And in the long term, it can affect their perspective, their way of thinking, and also their actions. Fear of missing out, anxiety, and inferiority. In FOMO, or fear of missing out, adolescents tend to feel anxiety, feelings of inferiority when they feel left behind due to not following developments, activities, or trends that occur in social media. Game and social media addiction. Behavioral attachment or dependence on games or social media that may lead to social problems such as withdrawal and difficulties in performing daily activities. And also, risk of being a victim of fraud, data theft, and sexual exploitation. It is undeniable that all disclosure of information, especially if it is not followed by careful consideration, will make teenagers vulnerable to becoming victims of data theft and social and sexual exploitation. These conditions are currently happening and felt by teenagers.
On the one hand, teenagers feel empty without the use of social media or gadgets, but on the other hand, they also become very vulnerable to becoming victim of uncontrolled use of social media. And in the end, this condition lead us to the need to build adolescents who have self-resilience in the era of disruption. Honorable audience, now we come to the core of our discussion about how to build resilient adolescent in the disruption era. First question is, who is resilient adolescent? In my opinion, resilient adolescents are who able to rise from adversity, able to anticipate, prevent, and manage themselves from crisis situation, and also understand and measure the risk. So, in terms of resilience, adolescents are called tough when they are not only able to rise from adversity, but are also able to anticipate, understand, and measure risks and manage the situation they face. Next slide. The effort to build the resilience adolescent must be built from themselves. In line with the indicators of resilience, the effort to build them can be done by adolescents are first doing activities according to developmental tasks. Second, prevent, anticipate, and predict something. Third, handle and find solution to problems. And fourth, adapt to change and rise from adversity. Specifically, efforts that can be made by teenagers in building resilience are by training and getting used to. Next slide. First, self-understanding or understanding self. In this case, adolescents can start by understanding their own feelings, behavior, and the purposes of those that have doing something. And then communicating. Teenagers practice to communicate with others, both verbally and non-verbally, in acceptable ways, with an effort to listen to others. Third, getting along with others. As an effort to balance the use of social media, teenagers should be trained to cooperate and develop relationship with others. Fourth, learning to learn. Teenagers learn to not only accept some facts, but also understand and be able to practice skills and learning methods that are beneficial to themselves. And then making decisions. This skill requires adolescents to be able to understand problems, consider various alternatives, and make the right decision with all the consequences. And the last one is managing. The ability to manage starts with self-management, stress management, risk management, and also conflict management, which will be very useful for their daily lives. All of these skills are not things that teenagers can automatically do, but require training and assistance from adults, especially from parents and teachers. Then what is the real role of parents in helping to increase the resilience of teenagers in the disruption era? There are many roles for parents in this, including increased knowledge about the internet and social media. Parents should not be old-fashioned or rigid about the use of social media and the internet. Second, balancing the time of using digital media and direct interaction with children. Parents are able to design fun activities with teenagers to balance the time spent by teenagers with social media. Monitor and ensure children to not visit websites that are not appropriate to their age. Parents can optimize the use of control features in media or set them so that teenagers can only access certain contents. Teen and parents make an agreement on the use of digital media. In this case, it can be done through a discussion process based on time management and a priority scale. And the last one is stimulate children or teenagers to think critically about information and not share information with unclear resources. This is so that teenagers not become victims of cyber crimes and always think long before sharing any information. Related to activities in the disruption era, which full of digital things, parents should need to be technology literate, discuss what can and cannot be done in cyberspace, and pay close attention to the various vulnerabilities faced by teenagers. The next role and efforts of parents are persuade teenagers to use media to express their ideas and creativity, so that children have the confidence to use social media for only positive things. Then stimulate teenagers to explore their talents and interests, starting with activities that are considered fun for the teenagers. Teach positive communication ethics on social media. This is very important so that teenagers don't get trapped in the cyberbullying circle. Pay attention to the regulation of personal information in digital media. Teach adolescents what information can be shared and what should not be shared on social media. And then stimulating teenagers to take advantage of events that broaden their horizon and discuss them together. Teenagers can be invited to do some charities activities, donation, maybe webinars, or a variety of other useful activities using social media as a platform. So ladies and gentlemen, from these two slides on the role of parents, it appears that parents not only play a role in assisting, but also need to be role models in the use of technologies and media in disruption era. On the other hand, the role of teachers in school is equally important in helping to increase resilience. The following are some of the teachers' role and efforts. Next slide, please. First is guiding and facilitating students to become self-directed learners, not always relying on information from the teachers. And then become an active cooperator, collaborator, and mediators between learners and what they need to know and providers to scaffold understanding. In this case, the teacher plays an active role by understanding and bridging the world of adolescents and their future needs. And then as a facilitator who helping adolescents make judgment about the quality and validity of new resources, new sources, and knowledge they got digitally. Teachers help adolescents understand the values and any knowledge that develop and the consequences that will follow it. And the last one, as manager of students' social and emotion behavior, teachers help manage adolescent vulnerability by establishing and managing appropriate social and emotional behavior. And the teacher's next role is, we can see in the next slide, become a mentor for their learning and overall development as a balanced citizen. Yeah, next slide, please. So in this case, teacher being a guide and an example of good behavior to be imitated by adolescents. As a motivator for slow learners and fast learners in the digital environment, providing support for teenagers to live in harmony with the digital world. And the last one, overcome social and emotional problems that affect students' learning, so that students do not easily give up or get frustrated with the condition they are experiencing. So teachers, along with the parents, have roles as mentors, motivators, and evaluators in all overall behavior of teenagers when interacting in the midst of the disruption era. Teachers and parents need to develop independence, awareness, and strength from within teenagers in facing the massive influence of the digital world of disruption era. We as counselors have an important role in developing resilience in adolescent as students. Next slide. Counselors can do character education through guidance and counseling services. Character education greatly affects the way of thinking and behavior of students. That's why character education, character building is a must to build a culture of character awareness in the disruption era. I think the previous speakers agreed and already conveyed the importance of this character. We can do our role by doing guidance services, such as, next slide, counselor determine the relevant character values to develop self-resilience to be a topic for guidance. And counselor use technology by creating interactive media, such as video, slides, PowerPoint, educative games, etc. In addition to guidance, counseling services need to be carried out face-to-face, both and counseling, electronic counseling using various applications to develop resilience, as Dr. Zaiham from Brunei Darussalam said before. Honorable audience, finally, I would like to close my presentation again with a quote that said, resilience is a precious skill for adolescents. Next slide. It will be there are more against hardship and valor. So because adolescent only lasts one in the lifetime and it can be some hardship and valor they need to face, let's go hand in hand in guiding teenagers so that they can become resilient person, so they can optimizing their potential and be a generation full of achievement and full of excellences. I think that's all from me. Thank you for your kind attention. And may all those we have shared be beneficial for all of us. Thank you very much, and wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I give the opportunity to the moderator.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Wah, pematerian yang sangat luar biasa sekali terkait resiliensi di era disrupsi ya. Baik, nampaknya Bun banyak sekali audiens yang sangat ingin berdiskusi gitu ya Bun terkait topik yang sangat menarik ini. Boleh mungkin sudah ada yang raise hand, ada 2 orang yang sudah raise hand terkait topik ini. Mungkin Bapak Dian Pusdiana, kami persilahkan boleh langsung on mic saja ya Bunda ya.
Ya, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Terima kasih Bu Komala juga Bu Moderator. Saya nggak akan bertanya, mungkin saya lagi nyaman meskipun ini siang hari, tapi spelling Bu Komala nyaman, jadi saya juga ikut nikmat menyimak gitu ya.
Saya Ipah,
pas
Bapak.
oh Bu Ipah, alah Bu Dokter Ipah, maaf. Kenapa ada saya lihat jadi Bu Komala ya, nggak apa-apa. Pas saya tadi mau di message nggak dibuka, nggak ditutup, makanya saya di forum bicara. Ya, terima kasih Bu Dokter Ipah. Karena dengan ilmu-ilmunya saya meskipun ya bahasa Inggris saya tebal-tebal, tapi saya merasa nyaman. Siang hari harusnya ngantuk dan saya memang kelelahan karena baru pulang dari tadi malam jam 12. Tapi dengan spelling yang enak saya bisa mengikutinya dengan nyaman. Itu aja Ibu Moderator. Terima kasih Bu Haji Dr. Ipah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Terima kasih Pak Dian.
Oke.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Terima kasih Bapak Dian. Tentunya apa ya Bu, rasa nyaman dan menyimak dari awal sampai akhir. Bapaknya hebat sekali. Karena memang topik ini sangat relevan ya di era yang sekarang. Apalagi mungkin peralihan dari pandemi ke masa era new normal. Jadi anak-anak sangat butuh sekali resiliensi diri atau ketahanan diri yang sangat luar biasa. Baik, ke pertanyaan selanjutnya ya Bun.
Ya, boleh komentar dulu sedikit ya Adinda.
Iya, boleh Bunda.
Pak Dian, terima kasih atas apresiasinya. Mudah-mudahan kenyamanan yang Bapak rasakan siang ini juga dapat ditindaklanjuti ya Pak dengan action sehingga lebih bermakna lagi, insya Allah ya, mudah-mudahan. Terima kasih Pak Dian sudah menyimak.
Baik, selanjutnya silahkan kepada Ibu Vina Senja ya. Ibu Vina, boleh langsung on mic saja.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Ibu Dokter Ipah, apa kabar? Ini sama Vina, Bu.
Iya, baik Teh Vina. Apa kabar juga?
Sehat, Bu. Masya Allah, tabarakallah. Ini materinya luar biasa.
Alhamdulillah.
Walaupun grooming dikit nih, Bu.
Gak apa-apa Bu, kan lagi belajar. Sama-sama saya juga.
Bu, ini adalah materi yang sangat-sangat hangat luar biasa. Tadi di materi Ibu, memang kenyataannya anak-anak demikian ya Bu ya, kondisinya terpapar pornografi dan lain sebagainya. Ada poin yang tadi Ibu sampaikan, ada peran orang tua di sana ya Bu ya?
Ya.
Nah, Bu, kalau kami sebagai guru BK nih, ada nggak Bu pilot project atau kiblat yang kita bisa contoh bagaimana sebuah sekolah sudah bisa bekerja sama dengan orang tua untuk mempola anak-anak Bu? Kita kan lagi ngeraba nih, rasa-rasanya belum ada, tapi barangkali Ibu punya, boleh dong Bu spill Bu, bagaimana caranya, di lapangannya tuh seperti apa? Karena memang kita kesulitan ketika harus mengundang orang tua, memberikan edukasi bahwa memang kenyataannya anak-anak tuh demikian, bahkan sampai ada kasus yang anak-anak tuh jarang tidur, Bu, tidurnya tuh jam 4 pagi karena semalaman megang HP. Nah, hal-hal yang seperti itu saya masih kebingungan gimana nih cara mengelola tentang
Bu Vina menghilang ya?
Terputus sepertinya ya Bun.
Ya. Ya, tampaknya tadi terputus ya Bu Vina, tapi insya Allah sudah bisa difahami pertanyaannya. Gimana Teh Adinda, langsung dijawab saja?
Sambil, Bu Vina sudah masuk lagi Bu.
Ada lagi Bu Vina. Bu Vina tadi terputus.
Iya Bu Ipah, mohon nasihatnya dong, harus bagaimana nih sebagai guru BK sekaligus juga orang tua ini tuh. Saya tuh penuh nih Ibu. Ya Allah, salam dari jauh, peluk-peluk. Assalamualaikum.
Baik. Teh Adinda langsung dijawab saja ya. Boleh?
Oh iya boleh Bunda, silahkan Bun.
Ya, terima kasih Bu Vina, Masya Allah senang sekali jadi di momen ini Teh Adinda, kita sekaligus ajang untuk ini reuni ya, walaupun secara virtual, bertemu dengan sahabat-sahabat, dengan rekan-rekan dari berbagai wilayah. Ibu Vina tadi pertanyaannya tentang apakah sudah ada sekolah atau program yang menjadi pilot project, bagaimana kerjasama antara sekolah dengan orang tua untuk mengantisipasi kerentanan remaja di era digital, misalnya dalam menghadapi pornografi gitu ya, atau bullying seperti itu. Saya mohon maaf belum bisa memberikan informasi yang mungkin memuaskan untuk Bu Vina karena sependek pengetahuan saya belum memperoleh informasi tentang pilot project yang dimaksud ya. Tapi yang dapat saya sampaikan di sini adalah saat ini sudah banyak sekali muncul kesadaran dari berbagai pihak, yaitu sekolah dan orang tua, untuk bersama-sama mendidik putra-putri mereka. Sehingga bermunculan misalnya program-program parenting gitu ya, yang diadakan oleh sekolah masing-masing. Dari mulai pertama kali anaknya masuk, kemudian pada saat mereka mengikuti proses pendidikan, sampai nanti di akhir. Misalnya diprogramkan berapa kali parenting, artinya orang tuanya diundang gitu ya oleh pihak sekolah, dan biasanya yang menjadi leadernya itu adalah guru BK. Ya, yang menjadi leadernya itu guru BK yang punya inisiatif, yang punya program. Tentu itu juga didasarkan pada kebutuhan, ya, kebutuhan peserta didiknya. Jadi kalau dikaitkan misalnya dengan kondisi era disrupsi saat ini, tadi bagaimana misalnya membantu remaja agar lebih bijak dalam menggunakan sosial media atau mengurangi adiksi gamenya. Nah, itu kan hal yang perlu dikomunikasikan bersama oleh pihak sekolah dengan orang tua, ya, sehingga akan terjalin satu kerjasama yang sama-sama menguntungkan dalam hal ini bagi pendidikan anak. Sehingga misalnya dua lah minimal kata kuncinya, yaitu bagaimana komunikasi ya antara orang tua dengan pihak sekolah, dan yang kedua bagaimana mereka menjalin kolaborasi. Begitu mungkin ya jawaban saya sementara. Terima kasih Bu Vina.
Aturun Bu Ipah, luar biasa.
Sama-sama.
Bun, ini apakah nampaknya masih banyak yang ingin antusiasme untuk bertanya? Mungkin kita kasih kesempatan lagi ya Bunda ya.
Boleh Bu Adinda. Kayaknya
Oke,
banyak yang
silakan
juga ini ya.
Iya Bu, banyak sekali, luar biasa. Baik, ini ada yang paling atas di saya, ada Ibu Yeni Febrianti ya Ibu. Dipersilakan Ibu, boleh langsung open mic-nya.
Iya.
Assalamualaikum Bunda Ipah.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Apa kabar Bu Yeni dari Lampung? Jauh-jauh dari Lampung nih ikut menyimak ya, Masya Allah.
Bunda, aku waktu lihat kemarin ada Bunda Ipahnya, wah langsung semangat banget.
Iya.
Bunda sehat.
Alhamdulillah sehat.
Bunda, ini ada yang sedikit ini tanyakan, sebenarnya berkaitan juga dengan pertanyaan yang sebelumnya, yaitu bagaimana sih kita melakukan pendekatan sebagai guru BK kepada siswa. Mereka kan punya dunia, istilahnya dunia virtual, dunia digital mereka sendiri. Bagaimana kita membangun trust sebagai guru BK di dunia mereka, bukan di dalam dunia kita face to face ya, tapi dunia mereka yang memang di dalam dunia virtual lah, kita katakan seperti itu, di dunia digital mereka. Bagaimana ya cara kita untuk mendekati mereka seperti itu. Terus tadi yang kedua juga berkaitan dengan kolaborasi dengan orang tua, saya sangat setuju sekali Bunda Ipah. Ada kolaborasi, kemudian ada komunikasi kepada orang tua siswa, antara sekolah dan siswa. Tapi bagaimana Bunda kalau misalnya di daerah yang memang orang tuanya itu bahkan tidak tahu gitu, tidak tahu membuka HP Android saja, tidak punya pengetahuan itu, apalagi juga bermedsos juga mereka juga belum paham tentang itu. Jadi bisa dikatakan si anak ini lebih pintar dari orang tuanya, seperti itu.
Ya.
Mungkin itu saja Bunda. Terima kasih Bunda. Sehat terus
Ya.
Bunda.
Amin, amin. Terima kasih Bu Yeni pertanyaannya. Ini gimana Teh Adinda? Langsung dijawab juga ya?
Ya Bun, langsung jawab saja Bun.
Oke, baik. Ini hampir-hampir mirip pertanyaannya ya. Jadi untuk dua pertanyaan dari Bu Yeni ini, saya izin untuk menjawab. Secara umum, Ibu dan Bapak, bagaimana kita menjalin kedekatan dengan anak supaya mereka memiliki kepercayaan kepada kita sebagai orang tua di sekolah ataupun orang tua di rumah ya. Ada prinsip 8K. Nah, ini 8K ya, Ibu Bapak. Yang pertama adalah kasih sayang. Kasih sayang ya Ibu Bapak, bukan kasih uang ya. Jadi kasih uang penting, tapi yang lebih penting lagi adalah kasih sayang. Nah, kasih sayang ini mesti ditunjukkan dengan interaksi yang hangat bersama remaja. Jadi tidak meminimalkan atau kalau bisa menghindarkan judgement yang negatif gitu ya kepada remaja. Belum apa-apa ketika mereka akan memegang gadget misalnya sudah langsung pasti kamu akan buka, gitu kan. Itu kan tidak menunjukkan kasih sayang dan kepercayaan gitu ya. Kemudian yang kedua adalah K-nya itu keteladanan. Jadi orang tua dan juga guru ini mesti menunjukkan perilaku yang memang dapat menjadi contoh bagi remaja. Misalnya, kalau kita menginginkan remaja untuk tidak fokus terus pada gadgetnya sepanjang hari, nah apakah orang tua juga sudah melakukan hal yang sama, membatasi, memberikan waktu untuk ngobrol gitu ya, tidak terus kepada ke perhatiannya itu ke gadget misalnya seperti itu. Jadi keteladanan ini menjadi hal yang sangat penting karena dari keteladanan itulah nanti remaja akan melihat gitu ya, akan mengidentifikasi. Kemudian yang kedua adalah komunikasi dua arah. Yang ketiga ya, Kak, yang ketiga adalah komunikasi dua arah. Dalam hal ini orang tua dan guru perlu memberikan kesempatan kepada remaja untuk mengungkapkan pendapatnya dan tidak selalu didikte gitu ya oleh orang tua atau guru. Jadi berikan kesempatan sehingga komunikasinya nyambung gitu ya, nyaman, dua-duanya bisa tersalurkan. Yang ketiga adalah yang keempat itu adalah kenyamanan. Ya, kenyamanan. Kenyamanan di sini dalam arti suasana psikologis yang memungkinkan remaja berkembang tanpa merasa tertekan gitu. Jadi kalau melakukan apa-apa tuh dia merasa nyaman ya karena yang sebelum-sebelumnya sudah terpenuhi itu ya, kasih sayang sudah, komunikasi sudah, kemudian keteladanan sudah. Akhirnya dia akan merasa nyaman ya. Kemudian yang kelima, K-nya itu adalah kebersamaan. Ya, kebersamaan. Artinya di sini orang tua dan juga guru itu perlu memiliki waktu-waktu khusus yang berkualitas melakukan aktivitas bersama-sama dengan remaja. Jadi ketika remaja diminta untuk mengurangi screen time-nya dengan media sosial, berarti harus ada waktu yang untuk mengganti itu dong. Nah, waktu itu yang kita inginkan itu mestinya adalah waktu yang menyenangkan, yang dirancang bersama oleh orang tua atau guru untuk beraktivitas dengan remaja gitu ya, sehingga akan memunculkan kebersamaan. Kalau hanya dilarang saja tapi tidak diberikan alternatif kegiatan apa yang mesti dilakukan, ya pasti mereka juga akan bosen, akan kesal dan akhirnya balik lagi ke media sosial. Kemudian yang berikutnya adalah K yang keenam ya, itu adalah kesempatan ya. Kesempatan kepada remaja untuk apa? Untuk berkarya, berkreasi, menjelajah dunia luar, ya dunia di luar dirinya, termasuk juga mungkin melakukan kesalahan dalam tanda kutip ya, yang itu akan mendewasakan mereka. Gitu. Jadi berikanlah kesempatan kepada remaja untuk berkreasi di dunia sosial, ya, di media sosial. Tadi misalnya berdasarkan bakat dan minatnya kita dorong gitu ya. Jadi daripada dilarang-larang, lebih baik dimanfaatkan media sosial itu atau dunia digital itu untuk hal-hal yang positif, dan itu mesti diberikan kesempatan itu oleh orang tua. Kalaupun misalnya mereka melakukan kesalahan sesekali yang itu masih bisa dimaafkan, maka biarkanlah itu menjadi sebuah pembelajaran yang akan mendewasakan mereka bagaimana seharusnya mereka berinteraksi di dunia digital, ya. Kemudian yang ketujuh, K-nya itu adalah keunikan. Nah, ini ya. Jadi kita paham ya, Ibu dan Bapak bersama-sama bahwa setiap anak itu berbeda ya, setiap remaja itu berbeda. Jadi kalau kata lagunya Feral ya yang lagi viral itu apa? Ojo dibanding-banding ke katanya ya. Jadi jangan dibanding-bandingkan antar remaja karena setiap remaja itu memiliki keunikan masing-masing. Nah, kita fokus pada keunikan apa yang dimiliki oleh setiap remaja sehingga tidak membandingkan gitu. Justru yang menjadi keunikannya itu yang kita angkat ya, sehingga anak akan merasa dia memiliki pride ya, self esteem-nya juga terangkat. Kemudian Kak yang terakhir adalah keadilan ya. Keadilan di sini artinya sebagai orang tua atau guru, kita perlu memperlakukan remaja itu dengan tetap memperhatikan hak dan kewajibannya secara seimbang dan proporsional gitu misalnya. Jadi gini, mereka boleh main gadget kalau sudah melakukan apa gitu. Jangan hanya dilarang saja gitu. Padahal kan hak mereka juga loh untuk main gadget gitu. Masa tidak boleh melakukan kegiatan yang menyenangkan ya? Tapi mereka juga perlu sadar bahwa mereka juga memiliki kewajiban gitu ya, dan sebaliknya jangan hanya dituntut melakukan kewajiban tapi tidak diberikan haknya. Jadi kita adil dalam hal ini ya. Nah, mudah-mudahan dengan 8K itu kalau kita coba laksanakan secara konsisten gitu ya. Jadi 8K plus satunya lagi adalah konsisten gitu. Kita belajar ya, kita bisa lebih dekat dan kemudian meraih kepercayaan dari remaja kepada kita ya. Itu siapa tadi pertanyaannya dari Ibu Yeni ya. Jadi kalaupun tadi misalnya bagaimana dengan orang tua yang mohon maaf misalnya tinggalnya di pelosok begitu ya, lalu jangankan yang lain-lain memahami dunia digital, mereka cara menggunakan media atau gadget saja tidak paham. Yang saya sampaikan barusan itu tidak selalu kaitannya dengan gadget, tapi hal-hal yang general yang bisa diterapkan. Ya, jadi kita tetap misalnya bisa melakukan home visit gitu kan ke rumah orang tua, lalu kita ajak, kita diskusi apa yang mungkin menjadi hambatan bagi mereka dalam mendekati anak-anaknya. Seperti itu ya Ibu dan Bapak. Jadi sekali lagi yang namanya media itu kan it's a tool gitu ya. Itu hanya alat. Mau dipergunakan seperti apa dan bagaimana itu bergantung kitanya. Jadi kembali dimensi-dimensi psikologis yang tadi perlu kita bangun, bahkan benteng ya atau filter yang lebih kuat itu bukan hanya fitur kontrol dari orang tua, tapi kalau dia sudah paham bahwa ini tidak boleh dilakukan, ada atau tidak ada orang tua atau guru, dia akan paham bahwa itu tidak boleh dia lakukan. Begitu Bu Yeni ya. Mudah-mudahan tidak puas dengan jawabannya ya, sehingga kita bisa berkomunikasi lagi lebih lanjut. Baik, Teh Adinda, dikembalikan lagi.
Baik, terima kasih Bunda. Wah, pembahasan yang sangat luar biasa dan juga pertanyaan-pertanyaan yang kritisnya luar biasa juga yang masih makin membangun rasa penasaran ya Bun terkait topik ini. Jadi mudah-mudahan seperti apa yang kata Bunda tadi, mudah-mudahan tidak puas dengan jawaban dan kemudian kita bisa berdiskusi lebih lanjut ya Bunda ya. Nah, izinkan saya ya Bunda, di sini masih banyak beberapa yang ingin bertanya, namun sepertinya kita terhalang dan terbatas oleh waktu ya Bun. Mudah-mudahan di lain kesempatan kita bisa berdiskusi kembali Bapak Ibu. Mohon maaf untuk kesempatan kali ini mungkin pertanyaannya cukup 3 pertanyaan. Izinkan saya untuk menyampaikan closing statement-nya pada pembahasan dari Bunda Ipah terkait resiliensi remaja di era disrupsi. Nah, teman-teman, rekan-rekan, tadi Bunda Ipah menyampaikan kalau misalnya terdapat beberapa aturan yang bisa kita lakukan, entah itu sebagai orang tua, sebagai guru BK, ataupun tadi seperti sebagai guru BK yang pertama itu terkait usaha kita untuk membangun resiliensi. Tadi seperti yang Bunda Ipah sampaikan, yang pertama adalah memahami diri sendiri, kemudian berkomunikasi dengan orang lain, learning to learn, kemudian making decision, dan selanjutnya managing atau mengatur perasaan dan emosinya, seperti itu. Baik, mungkin sekian dari pembahasan pematerian yang luar biasa yang disampaikan oleh Bunda Ipah. Saya sebagai moderator, Adinda, mohon maaf apabila banyak kekurangannya. Mudah-mudahan kita bisa bertemu di lain kesempatan. Terima kasih Bunda Ipah, terima kasih Bapak dan Ibu. Saya kembalikan kepada MC.
Terima kasih Teh Adinda, terima kasih Ibu dan Bapak. Kalau misalnya ada pertanyaan, boleh nanti langsung saja ya komunikasi Japri ya atau DM, insya Allah dibalas.
Ya,
terima
betul,
kasih.
tadi sudah disampaikan Instagramnya Bunda Ipah sudah ada,
Ya,
Bunda Ipah _. Terima kasih Bunda, terima kasih Bapak Ibu.
Ya, terima kasih semuanya.
Alright, thank you Bunda for the insightful talk and Miss Adinda for moderating the session. As a token of appreciation, we will issue a certificate.
Baik, kita masuki penyerahan sertifikat kepada pemateri kita yang luar biasa, Ibunda Dr. Ipah Saripah, M.Pd.
Here is the certificate issued by Magister Program in Guidance and Counseling, Faculty of Education, Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. Thank you Bunda for being the...
Okay, thank you very much.
Baik, kita masuki sesi foto bersama. Dimohon kepada para peserta untuk mengaktifkan kamera dan siapkan pose terbaik Anda. Baik.
Ladies and gentlemen, before proceeding to the next session, I would like to invite all attendees to join the photo session. Please activate the camera and be ready.
Kita mulai ya, dari slide pertama. 1, 2, 3, pause. Oke, good. Next slide. Oke, alright.
Next slide.
1, 2, 3, pause.
Okay. The last slide.
Oke, boleh. Tangannya untuk huruf C, Counselor. 1, 2,
3. Pause.
Oke. Terima kasih. Terima kasih Bunda dan juga kepada moderator Teh Adinda.
Terima kasih semuanya.
Baik, terima kasih.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, we reached the end of the second international seminar Guidance and Counseling. Thank you to all moderators, speakers, and participants, and see you in the next ISGC.
Demikian kegiatan kita pada hari ini. Terima kasih kepada seluruh peserta, pemateri, dan juga pengisi acara. Dan mari bersama-sama kita ucapkan Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin.
Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Baik, dimohon kepada Bapak Ibu seluruh peserta, kita masih ada sesi selanjutnya. Untuk itu dipersilakan untuk masuk ke breakout room. Silakan dipilih ada room 1, room 2, room 3, dan juga room 4. Ya, di mana nantinya kita akan melanjutkan dengan sesi paralel. Dan untuk link daftar hadir, ya, silahkan untuk dilihat atau dicek di grup WhatsApp masing-masing. Terima kasih. Oke, sekali lagi kami beritahukan untuk breakout room presentation itu ada room 1, room 2, room 3, dan juga room 4. Bisa dilihat di masing-masing layar ya. Jika Bapak Ibu tertarik dengan judul dari artikel yang sudah ada oleh oleh panelis, silakan langsung saja dipilih masing-masing dari room 1, room 2, room 3, dan juga room 4. Untuk itu, kami sebagai MC mohon undur diri. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Rona indah menatap masa depan, menyambut esok penuh harapan, membuka jalan meraih tujuan, kuatkan tekad atasi rintangan, tulus peduli dan menghargai, bina pribadi sepenuh hati, temukan potensi, kembangkan diri, insan mandiri, cerdas dan berbudi. BK laksana secercah cahaya, penerang jiwa melintas cakrawala, berlandas cinta dan cita mulia, baktikan diri Baktikan diri pada sesama.
Berbekal cinta sesama, melangkah mengayuh cinta, himpunan kita wahana daya PPB, itulah bergema, tunjukkan cinta yang luhur, beraktivitas yang jujur, bangun semangat tak pernah mundur, tetap hindari sikap takabur, tanamkan rasa alma mater dan bangga, amalkan ilmu untuk nusa dan bangsa, langkah ke depan dalam mengabdi, bimbinglah generasi berbudi,
Jeda sejenak
berbekal cinta sesama, melangkah mengayuh cinta, himpunan kita wahana daya PPB, itulah bergema, tunjukkan cinta yang luhur, beraktivitas yang jujur, bangun semangat tak pernah
Pada Saripah.